The Big Book's description of powerlessness, which is this book, and it's found on page 24, and there is a solution. The chapter, there's a solution, and there's this quote, the fact is that most addict alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. And to share his experience with us about what makes us real addicts, please help me welcome again our friend Chris Raymer.
Welcome, welcome. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. That sounds pretty good. I better stay away from that. That's probably what's... My name's Chris Raymer. I'm a very grateful, recovered addict, alcoholic. I'm just blown away. I got to tell you, thanks for letting me come up here and do this. The cats on the committee, I mean, they've been so good. This has been planned for years, literally, guys, because I'm booked out a long way. And these guys, they took that to heart and they planned this stuff and they got my flights and stuff arranged so I don't have to fly in a cattle car. And it was, they were the best. Put me up in a hotel. Listen, I'm in a hotel downtown Toronto, right around the corner from the Zanzibar. Now, no, but listen, I'm gonna. Because here, listen, on the outside, like Texas is littered with these places. That's just nude women. No. This is nude and sinful women. On the outside of this thing. I mean, the two together, what a concept. I mean, because I've seen plenty of nude women. They weren't sinful. They had nothing I had, I'm so excited to be here. It's like being in a little bit of Europe and New York City, and it's just a gorgeous place. And you guys are the best. I've said it before. I'll get in trouble. These little CDs, they travel everywhere, and they'll get in trouble. It sounds like I'm dissing Texas women, but you Canadian women, it's probably an ordinance someplace. Somewhere, there's a town with just ugly women in it. And Canada, I don't know, but they're not here. I guarantee you. Y'all are something to. Well, never mind. I love the way we're doing this because we're going to kind of squeeze it in, guys. We're going to hit some topics. We were going to talk about traditions, and I stayed up half the night last night thinking about it. And it just kind of busted up the flow of this. We're going to kind of stay in the steps, and we're going to give some of my thoughts. I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict who nearly died getting to the fellowship. And once I got to the fellowship in the early 80s, I dang near died then too, because I couldn't get anybody to get off dead center and tell me the truth. And I'm the real McCoy. I'm not a little disco cocaine user. I'm like some of y'all. Not all of you. Some of you. And we want to talk a little bit about this, but about 5 or 6 years into my sobriety, I moved to the hill country, and then I couldn't find a job anywhere, and they needed a clerical worker at this treatment center. So I said, well, pick me. I'm in recovery, so I started working at this nice hospital down in Hunt, Texas, and I've been there ever since. For 15 years, I've been at this hospital, and I'm delighted to work there. But I get a chance to see thousands of alcoholics and addicts come through our doors. And we're one of the last big detox hospitals, full service detox, and with the pills coming at us, and we stay full 24/7. So I'm just saying, I get to work with thousands of alcoholics and addicts. And one of the things that's the same, seems like with everybody, is their dislike for the 12-step movement. Oh, this is AA stuff. Oh, this is Narcotics Anonymous stuff. This is yeah, but you don't understand. This is the real McCoy. This is the stuff you can sink your teeth into here. And the ones that stick get excited, and a lot of them flourish and stay sober. And the ones that don't, they're out the door. We have done such a disservice to a perfectly wonderful fellowship that works every time. And we've taken it because we feel like it's our right to water down this message. And so I'm going to say this going in the door, guys. I was in Amarillo, Texas not long ago doing a talk, and I'm eating what little I can eat before I talk, and I'm just picking. And this girl sits down across from me, and she's excited because she gets to sit across from me. Basically, what she wants to bust my chops for a couple hours. Well, I've heard your CDs, and I agree with most of what you say. Which means she don't agree with some of the stuff I say. And now she wants to take exception, and she wants her time to explain to me why she doesn't agree with what I say. And I gotta say, I understand all of y'all are the same in your own little ways, and we can discuss this until the cows come home. But at what point did it get where you gotta agree with everything you hear in these fellowships? I mean, you don't have to do that in the rooms. Oh, he's so full of BS. Don't even listen to, you don't have a problem there. But if somebody comes up and speaks from the podium, all of a sudden they're supposed to be qualified as some kind of guru or something. Guys, you're not gonna agree with everything I say. You're just not. It's okay. I'm coming out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm coming out of the literature. I'm coming out of 20 years of experience. And it may not jibe with your experience. Y'all follow? But sooner or later, we've all got to get on the same page. I was at a meeting, we have a little group, Ingram Solution Group, and we have AA groups and CA groups that meet there. Conscious Contact, our little CA group, meets there and at this same place, and it's called the Outpost, this club, it's how Texas is this? I mean, we're lucky to have indoor plumbing at this place. I mean, but it's like, it's a little thumper conclave. There's dozens of other groups in the area down in the hills there, but all the little thumpers end up coming over there because they're not going to catch any raft of anything from anybody. They're going to be okay. Walking in with a big book sometime in some of the groups we go to, it's like heresy. They're going to, there's groups in Dallas, they'll ask you to leave your excuse me, is that a big book? Well, yeah, you can't bring that in here. Literally. They don't want you to bring books in the meetings. We're here to share from your heart, not from the literature. I said, so we want to kill some more people. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. Well, anyway, so this little guy behind me, I've seen him. I met him in Houston before. And he's a nice guy, and he's 19 years sober. And everybody shares. We're reading out of the literature, and he says, my name's so and so, and I got up this morning and chose not to drink and drug. And went on and shared his little pitch about what we were reading. And I turned around and looked at this guy like, you what? 19 years sober. Now listen, I'm looking at this guy, and I've got all of these alumni, these cats from our hospital, and the little guys I sponsor about 30 guys, and they're all looking, and every head in the place looks at me. It's like, so I'm looking at him, and they're looking at me, because I'm fixing to go eat this guy, and it's like, but you understand, my heart was, I didn't want to embarrass this guy or cause any kind of conflict, but my heart goes out to the poor little newcomer that's finally got under his little head. He's qualified himself for what fellowship he needs to be in, and he's on some solid ground, and now this idiot, I said it, wants to share something like that. Layla just read it. The book is crystal clear. If you can stop doing cocaine because you want to, you ain't one of us. Now listen, guys, I'm going to talk to you for about 4 hours today on and off, and we're going to answer some questions and stuff. We're going to have a hoot. I'm going to say this again. You don't have to agree or disagree with anything I say. We're coming out of the literature, but don't argue with me, because it's the literature you're arguing with. And if it makes you uncomfortable, let's visit about it. But I'm not backing off this one thing right here, right now. Cocaine Anonymous is not a self-help program. It never has been, never will be. We're a spiritual program of action. The Big Book instructs us to talk about the spiritual end of this freely. It's all based on the resolution to our problem being a spiritual experience. If that settles crooked with you, go find someplace else to hide out. Because you're not helping us, and you're doing the newcomer a huge disservice. You're confusing everything. It is not your right to come in these rooms and say anything you want to say. We have one message. Y'all with? This is as controversial as it's going to get, guys. I love you, and I don't want to piss anybody off, but you got to get straight with this. If this business of the end result being a spiritual experience sticks in your craw, you need to either sit and learn something today or go away. We have one solution for alcoholism and drug addiction that we know of that works in this entire world. Pharmaceutical companies are working overtime trying to come up with medication that'll fix us. Treatment centers like the one I'm working at are 24/7 trying to work out new ways to present a message that can help us poor busted up alcoholics and addicts. And the one basic thing that we know that works and works every time is the 12 steps. And yet you think it's your right to come in and use this as a dumping ground for your problems and use it as some kind of a self-help program. I go to those meetings so I can keep my experience green. Then you're going to the wrong meetings. Because if all you're doing is going into meetings talking about cocaine, you're in the wrong meeting. I'm telling you, no wonder you feel like you're coming out of your skin. I don't go to those meetings. I go to literature-based meetings where we sit and talk about the power of God and we watch people grow up and get well around us. And that's what this is about. Let me hit this on something that something that Layla was talking about earlier. How did I put this? 10 years ago at the hospital where I was working, we didn't get too many relapsers in there. We got people that were brand new off the street. Little crackhead come in, and this was after the 80s, and they're coming all fried up, and then we got to see the little epidemic of the meth addicts coming in, and now we're starting to see the tip of the iceberg with these pill addicts. And I guarantee you some of y'all in here right now are tangled up in the medications already, and that's the next wave. And it's going to make the crack epidemic look like kissing a baby's butt, because this is nasty stuff. I'm telling you, detoxing off these pills is give me cocaine any day. Oh my gosh. And they're suffering, and they suffer for months and months and months. So it's just something we were looking at, but we didn't see a lot of relapsers come back in. I'm going to tell you the anomaly, what we're starting to see, and I'm starting to do some statistical work on it, is that we're seeing a lot of people that were sober many years in Alcoholics Anonymous or Cocaine Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous into the fellowships, who are now relapsing, coming back in after 15 years, 10 years, 20. I know 3 guys, 2 of my sponsor that had 21 plus years sober and relapsed. Now why? Well, they got sick again. The obsession to use returned. The spiritual malady returned. They got uncomfortable in their skin, and their heads started telling them they could use again. And usually it's with us, with long-term sobriety, we go back to a prescription pad to try to fix the problem. What we're trying to treat here is not drug addiction. We're trying to treat this untreated internal condition that is drug addiction. Everybody thinks that alcohol and drug addiction is about the alcohol and drugs. It's not. And that's what I want to talk about for the short time I've got with you in this deal about powerlessness is. One of the problems that we have is that we're not qualifying the newcomer. Why do we see so many? We were talking at breakfast about it. Why do we see so many people sitting in Cocaine Anonymous uncomfortable in their skins? I hear people all the time in my meeting. Oh, that's just cocaine. It's different than alcohol. That's rubbish. That's not true. We have the same problems in all of the fellowships across the board. Overeaters Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, Sex Addicts Anonymous, all of the fellowships are experiencing the same problem. You present yourself at the door and say, I want to come in. We'll let you. And we should. Bill Wilson, over and over in the chapter more about alcoholism, he uses the terms, but what about the real alcoholic? We can substitute in here. What about the real drug addict? Everybody gets pissed off at it. What's this real stuff? I'm a cocaine if I say I'm a cocaine. No, you're not. You're a member of Cocaine Anonymous if you say you are. You can come right on in and drop your little loony or toonie or whatever the heck that stuff is in that little bucket. Or some of them littler ones for you cheap buckaroos, and I know. But you can drop that stuff in the bag, and you can call yourself, drink our coffee, and date our women, and read how it works, and do all the things you want to do. But calling yourself one doesn't make you one. In Texas, we say it all. You can call yourself a chicken if you want to too. That doesn't mean you walk around in the yard and scratch, but that doesn't mean you're one of us. In order to be diagnosed with alcoholism and drug addiction, you've got to have certain characteristics. And in treatment, we have this big fight. I was talking to Mike, my buddy from wherever the hell he's from, here, Canada someplace, but he works in a treatment center industry, and I've known him for years. But he has the same problem in his facility as we have at ours. It's qualifying. Because everybody's idea of what an alcoholic and an addict is different. And it's not. The big book describes it quite clearly. And guys, we're going to run over it real quick, but I got to tell you, buddy, I'm around all day. If any of you guys want to get together and write this stuff down and jot some notes so you can qualify. A lot of you guys are working with people in sponsorship situations that the reason they're such a pain in the butt to work with is that they haven't figured out what they are yet. Let me give you a little history. Some of y'all will nod off to sleep. This is going to be 5-minute history. Unless I see you squirming too much, and then it's going to be a 10-minute history. In 1971, one of our great presidents, We have had so few. I catch so much trouble for these CDs. You're bad-mouthing America. I'm bad-mouthing our leadership. It freaks me out sometimes that y'all even let us come into your country. We had a President Nixon in 1971, on his way out the door, one of the last things he did was sign a piece of legislation in our country that allowed, basically what it did is it did away with a thing called a piece of paper called a certificate of need, which allowed anybody and everybody. He understood that alcoholism and drug addiction was a disease. He had some faults, but he understood that. And he knew that treatment was the answer. And so what he did was he signed in this legislation called the Hughes Act, which allowed us to open a treatment center on every corner we wanted to. They were like Timmy Hortons all over. I wish we could trade you now. You know. I said, what do you like best about Canada? Timmy Hortons. Okay, this is the best. But so anyway, all these insurance companies started opening up, and people started coming into these insurance companies, these treatment centers. Well, the insurance companies got involved, and they started paying like slot machines. They said, "Damn, we're going to get rich here." And so everybody's insurance policies, even the worst insurance policies, they had a little rider on the butt end of them saying, "And if you need treatment, we'll pay for that too." Now, this wasn't cheap treatment, $10,000 stuff. This was average treatment stay in the 70s and 80s was about approximately $40,000. And it would go up from there. If you had any other kind of disorder or maybe more than one illnesses, you follow? They'd watch you in the cafeteria and you had 2 pieces of pie. We have an eating disorder here, and it's like, you're sitting next to a good looking girl. I saw you sitting with her earlier. Oh, we have a sex addict here. And every time, but the insurance companies were just going, okay, we said we'd do this, so we're going to do this. And buddy, they were paying for it. That's another 30 days. That's another 30 days. That's another 30 days. And when he was like, what the heck? I can't do anything. And so the pendulum swings back the other way. The insurance companies, after paying billions of dollars of these claims, because we were out there, the industry got crazy. We were out there on the streets dragging heroin addicts in. Well, I don't know if I want to get sober. That's okay, buddy. Come on, let's go. Yeah, we're going to give you some food and we're going to give you a nice place to stay out. It's cold out here, isn't it? Come on in here. Let's go. And we get you signed up and you're going to go, because the little knucklehead's going to go back in 30 days. We're going to wait 30 days and go get him again. Remember that? Look, come on, let's go. And we were doing it. We abused the system. There was a lot of people went to jail for that kind of stuff. But what happened was the insurance company said, screw this. We're not going to do this anymore. And they stopped paying. But the damage was done. What happened was, the point I'm getting at, is that we had a lot of people come into our fellowship, all of our fellowships, that didn't need to be here. We had little social misfits that had been bored all their life, and all of a sudden now they're alcoholics. They've never had a problem with alcohol to speak of. They've never had a problem with drugs. You with us? But they walk in the rooms and they get come on, give me a hug. Hey, hug. I just love the hug. Oh my God. And now we've got them for life, because that's all they're here for. The coffee, the women, the hugs. Oh, I love the fellowship, but they don't have to work the 12 steps to stay sober. And they're the ones that are pissing and moaning out there and wanting to say that you can say anything you want. Alcoholics Anonymous, about the same time, about in the early 70s, they got on board with this treatment center crap. They got completely on board. They started producing literature that watered the message down. Y'all know that Living Sober book? Do they allow that in Canada? If you've got it, open the garbage, hold your nose like this and drop it into the piece like that, because it's a piece of crap. You were probably given it in your treatment center. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, if you want to stay sober, don't get too hungry, angry, lonely, tired. But listen, this is Alcoholics Anonymous doing this. Everybody wants to knock the treatment centers for watering down the message. Our own fellowship allowed that to happen. It was an article in the Grapevine that started this great influx of things called open discussion meetings. Oh my gosh. Before that, what we had was literature-based meetings and stories. We'd get up and I want to hear your story and how you got well, and then we're going to talk about the steps. Not anymore. We're going to do open discussion meetings. Come, talk about your day like I'm interested. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I want to get to know Kate. I want to know everything about her. What a wonderful woman. But you know what I'm saying? On a daily basis, we can be friends and we can talk everywhere else. But if every hour that I got to go to a meeting, I got to listen to her story again, after a while, it's like, come on, let's give it a break here. Let's talk about, you know what I'm saying? And that's why people are leaving our fellowships by the thousands. The only people that gravitate to those open discussion meetings, I just love hearing about people's lives. You're a loser. I'm going to say it from the podium. You're a loser. Are you kidding me? Because the kind of power that, I'm telling you, the kind of power that Layla and I were talking about is not the kind of power that Buddy, I'm talking about sitting in a meeting and looking at a little somebody that you've sponsored for a few weeks, and all of a sudden the light's on in their face, and they're standing up for themselves, and you can see the life changing right before your eyes. I'm going to tell you, that's what we need to be talking about. Where are we going to go carry the message of hope back to again? Man. We're going to sit here and listen to somebody. Well, I got so crazy this morning, irritable. I was pulling on that weed eater and pulling on that weed eater, and I'm pulling on that weed eater, and I can't get it to work. Oh my God. You got people in this room that are dying of the obsession to go smoke crack cocaine, but we're going to talk about your freaking weed eater for an hour? And somebody's sitting in here right now, well, what's wrong with that? He should be able to talk about that. He might smoke crack cocaine if he doesn't talk about that. He's going to smoke anyway. How do I know that? You don't know that. I do know that. You know why? Because on page 62 it tells me. 62. You little note takers, I love it. Little bit. Okay, he's back over the... All right. That's it. Page 62. What does it say the root of our problem is? Some of y'all have never read this. Selfish and self-centeredness, exclamation point. That we think is the root of the troubles. Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past we've placed ourselves in a position to be hurt, blah, blah, blah. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. It goes on to tell us, above everything, we got to be out of self. It didn't say out of everything. We need to be hungry, angry, lonely, tired. But out of everything, we have to stay away from crack cocaine or alcohol. It didn't say that. It says above everything, we have to be out of our head. Selfish and self-centeredness is the problem. But I think I can go into a meeting and talk about anything I want. Now, how selfish is that? And Alcoholics Anonymous allowed it to happen. We watched our meeting schedules change hugely. Thousands of these stupid open discussion meetings opened up. And now, of course, in Cocaine Anonymous in 82, we just picked up the traditions and the steps, and we said, well, AA's been doing this, we'll do the same thing. And so now it's the same thing. You look at any schedule for Cocaine Anonymous, and it's the same thing. It's a huge preponderance of OD meetings, open discussion meetings, as opposed to literature-based meetings. Now, there are pockets, obviously I'm standing in one, where there's some places where they actually talk about the literature. How cool is that? Why can't we keep we ought to applaud for that, because it's the truth. We're starting to see it swing back the other direction. We're still outnumbered. We did in London, we were in England not long ago doing a primary purpose deal with just the big book and talking about the 12 steps. Intergroup over there boycotted us. Wouldn't even put us on the schedule. I'm so sick and tired of organizations like intergroups telling us what we can do at the group level. Here somebody will come up. You're knocking intergroups. Yes, I am. Why should they be able to decide who goes on a schedule and who doesn't? Just because it doesn't jibe with what they're doing. If anything that's got to do with the literature, guys, let's do it. Because that's what's going to excite you. I hear people all the time in Cocaine Anonymous and AA especially, I'm just getting bored with the fellowship. You know why you're bored with the fellowship? Because you're going to the same kind of meetings. If you go study the literature and sit in these rooms and watch people have spiritual experiences, you will never be bored. You will have a constant flow of newcomers coming in, excited about actual recovery. Guys, lack of power is the dilemma. This is what the book talks about on page 45. Lack of power, that's the dilemma. How are we going to get some power? Well, that's what this book is about. That's what the 12 steps are about. You're not going to get the power by just coming into a meeting talking about the divorce one more time. Don't misquote me. I get people, they constantly doing that. That Chris Raymer says we can't talk about our problems. I've never said that. I just said you can't do it in my meeting. No, it's different. What's wrong with coming before the meeting? Let's go to the coffee shop and talk about our day. I got a bunch of sponsees. Non-stop we talk about our problem. You with us? Stay after the meeting. Well, I don't have time. Oh, great. You might want to make time. I don't know. But we're not a dumping ground for your problems in our meetings. And unless we as a fellowship gets hip to this, we're going to be in trouble. There's the program and there's the fellowship, folks. And we've completely laid the program aside. The program is what's in the book. We completely laid that aside. For 7 years, I'm in and out, of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I don't even own a big book for 7 years. Oh, don't worry about the literature. Don't worry about the book. Just come to meetings, because after all, meeting makers make it. The problem was, about 1979, a merchant marine had shown me this little white powdery substance called cocaine, and I was up to my neck in this stuff. And going to a meeting was not going to fix the problem. It freaks me out that the cats in Cocaine Anonymous can't see this. Treatment centers said it's all the same thing. Alcohol is the same as drugs. No, it's not. Are you nuts? What's the same? I know the solution's going to be the same. We're never going to get around to talking about that. But the rest of it, it's all different. The terminology's different. One's legal, one's illegal. The physiological changes are different. Y'all understand it? The addictive qualities are different. The psychological impairment stuff downstream are different. What it does to your pee-pee is different. I gotta check the time. I've said this from a million podiums. If you think it's all the same, sit down and do a fist step with an alcoholic, and then the next day do a fist step with a crack addict. You did what? With what? Oh my. Everybody just, y'all follow? But it's all the same. It's all the same. This brings me to the point where I'm going with this little piece here, is the time it takes to work the steps. Even in Alcoholics Anonymous, we've watered the message down so much. This idea of taking your time to work the steps has got to be smashed. I guess if I've accomplished nothing in this room, we need to do this now. That stuff nearly killed me in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I guarantee you, if there's anybody in Cocaine Anonymous or Crystal Meth Anonymous telling people to take their time to work the steps, you need to shut up. Because when that person dies, I'm going to get in your face about it. I can't stop using. That's what qualifies me for this fellowship. I can't because of you or mom or the court or her or the job or my health. For there's no reason I can't stop. So you need a spiritual experience. So we work the 12 steps. That's what brings on the spiritual experience. But some well-meaning puke leans over and tells the little newcomer, easy does it. He takes the line out of context and tells the newcomer to slow down. Let me tell you guys, this is what treatment centers did for us. We got a lot of cats coming into treatment. We got them detoxed. We got them sitting on their ass. We got them defocused, carrying little teddy bears around and stuff in the 80s. We got them doing a whole lot of stuff, and they leave 30 days, 40 days, 21 days at Mike's place, and we get to leave, right? And we feel so much better. How many of you cats have seen people coming out of treatment with any kind of sense of urgency at all? It's like, hell, I've done my time, brother. I dug the ditch. I'm just here to check out the babes now. Everything's okay. Okay, now but they weren't just sitting in there on their butt. They were actually doing work. So there was some results to what they were doing. You with us? They got comfortable. They got detoxed. They were feeling pretty good. Dig? So where's the urgency to sit down and actually do the work? And we buy into it because the little guy slides up next to him and he don't want to sponsor the guy anyway. And the guy says, well, I'm not real sure about doing this 4-step. He says, don't worry about it. We'll get on it. About the middle of summer, we'll start cranking on that. Don't worry about that. Right now, you just go to a bunch of meetings and everything's going to be okay. But you see, the little guy that's sharing that information might or might not even be really one of us. Maybe he's got years to sit on his butt waiting to do a 4-step. But let me tell you, the internal condition's fixing to reach up and catch this little alcoholic crack addict right by the neck. And all the stuff he learned in treatment and all the promises he made are going to go south. Because when the mental obsession comes back, we get loaded. Then the little kid comes back in, mouth all burned up, can't look anybody in the face, looking down at the ground. I'm sorry I let you guys down. I thought I was on some solid ground, but I guess, and the guy punches him in the back and says, yeah, little bastard just didn't want it. If he'd wanted it, he'd have stayed sober. He didn't make enough meetings. I want to puke. I want to puke. I got a bad rap out there with people talking out their butt like that. You show me in the big book where it says that anything about going to a bunch of meetings will fix what's wrong with you. 90 meetings in 90 days. We gotta stop that stuff in a heartbeat. You gotta stop telling people that crap. Because that's exactly what it is. It's crap. It's easy to tell this little guy he doesn't have a job, he doesn't have a relationship, he had nothing, all he can do is just go to meetings. I'm right, 90 meetings in 90 days is a piece of cake for him. What are you going to do about this nice lady over here that's got 3 kids at home and a husband that don't want her to go to meetings anyway? Now what's she going to do? 90 meetings in 90 days? I can't go to 90 meetings in days. When the hell am I going to work? Who's going to take care of the kids? Well, how bad do you want it? Y'all with me? Y'all understand where we're at? That didn't stop you from going to get coke. It's 2 different things. 2 completely different things. We just got to get back on track. What does the book say? The book says, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. In order to get somebody to be fearless and thorough from the very start, they've got to be convinced they're really one of us. You with me? I'll climb the mountain, but you better show me a reason to climb the mountain. Because I ain't going to do it. Because about halfway up that mountain, it gets to be a bear. And I'm going to crap out. Oh, I'll do your little first step class, second step. Oh, we're going to get to hug and do another third step. Oh, I'll do that. Now you want me to start actually writing some stuff and then go make amends? Wait a minute. I think we're being a little rash here. Maybe. And then you want me to what? Go work with a drunk? Go find a crack addict and work them through this? No, listen, I already told you I don't have time to mess with this. What makes you think I'm going to have time to mess with that? You with us? But if I can hold a fatal illness over your head, you'll do it. Guys, we don't have cancer wards today filled with people that are there having to go to 12-step cancer meetings to get them to go to get chemo. They just here's the jury, here's the evidence, boom. I'm going to die if I don't do this. I'm going to go do what I need to go do. If that means puke and lose my hair and want to die, I'll do it. Come on, guys. Alcoholism and drug addiction kills more people than cancer and AIDS combined. And we want to treat it like it's some kind of a behavioral problem. It's not. Alcoholism is this. It's a physical response to alcohol and dope that separates us from normal people. Yeah. Dr. Silkworth was one of the first cats that did some writing about this. He was a neurologist at Towns Hospital in New York for about 16 years. He began to see some similarities with young people, old people, black people, white people, gay people, straight people. They all showed similar things. Rich people, poor people, guys with patches. Oh my gosh. A cross-section of the world. But he began to see the same things. All the things that tied them together. In the doctor's opinion, it first starts to talk about it. Once I start, I can't guarantee you how much I'm going to drink or drug. Sometimes I can. Alcoholism, we know today, is genetic in nature. Guys, if any of y'all want to come talk to me, they've done some great studies throughout the 80s and 90s, and then now with the advent of CAT scans and PET scans, there's just no question. This is genetic in nature. I hear people all the time, especially in cocaine, and everybody that does cocaine is going to get addicted. That's not true. You're full of it. That's your crutch. You got to get away from it. You should see the room shift. Oh my God, did we upset some people with that? I'm sorry. The genetic nature. Can I get somebody addicted to cocaine if I give them enough cocaine? Absolutely. Addicted to the chemical cocaine. Can I get you addicted to heroin if I give you enough heroin? Abso-dang-lutely. Opiates. Anybody in this room can get addicted to opiates. If I give you enough, you'll get addicted. Does that make you a drug addict? No. I get you detoxed off of them, you dust yourself off, and you go away. We saw it the cats coming back from Vietnam in the States. Most of the prisoners coming back were addicted to various chemicals, heroin and morphine explicitly. We got them to the VA hospitals, we got them detoxed. Most of those people left, absolutely never touched another drop of that nonsense ever. Went on, and there was a small percentage, 10 to 15% of those soldiers coming back were true drug addicts. And we've had a bear keeping them sober ever since. Y'all follow? It's genetic in nature. Just out of curiosity, how many of you guys can see a genetic connection in your own families? If you gave that family tree a good, I don't even know why we're talking about it. Most of us in here can see it. And it's not just like mom and dad. Look up the generation. It skips many generations. And stop looking just for alcohol and drugs, because some of the family situations were such that there was just no alcohol in your family. But the spiritual malady, the disease, comes out sideways in other areas. Sex addiction, work addiction, overeaters. Y'all follow? We get to see an addiction's addiction in this context. It's a bear. It all needs to be, it's genetic in nature. You with us? Great book called Born That Way that talks about the genetic predisposition. Anyway, I could talk more about that. But the physical stuff is this. It doesn't mean that every time I drink, I turn into a zombie. It means that often when I drink, I turn into a zombie and end up drinking more than I intended. You with us? Did you ever, that's the question we ought to ask. Instead of asking, how many times have you been arrested? How many times did you rob that liquor store? Stop that nonsense. You ask the first question to qualify for the physical piece. When you used, did you ever do more than you intended? You usually get some little young adult, little collegiate guy that says, yeah, every time. But you see, that's not me. Because I was in society. I had to work for a living. I couldn't. I had to force myself to not do it every time. But there were times I forced myself to not to do it, but I did it anyway. Darn it, The question ought to be with all of us as alcoholics and addicts to qualify us about the physical piece is this. Did you ever get sick on alcohol or dope? Did you ever do so much that you blew Well, yeah. Did you ever do it more than once? Well, of course. Welcome. Normal people don't do that. They do too much and they go, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have drank that. I won't ever do that again. I watched my little sister do that. You with me? My twin brother and me caught the bullet. My little sister and half sister didn't. She drank too much at a fraternity party, sorority party one night, and she said, oh my gosh. And she got sick. She said, I'm never going to do that again. And she never did. That's her answer when you want another drink? No, I'm starting to feel it. And that means I don't want another drink. I'm starting to feel it. It doesn't relate to me, I'm starting to feel it too. I want another drink. Do you answer my question? The physical piece can be treated by a thing called detox. A lot of us in there. Bill Wilson wrote a lot about it. Most of us that first got to Alcoholics Anonymous in the early 30s, that's exactly what we got to detox first and get the crap out of our system. Once we get it out of our system though, why can't we stay in that spot of sobriety? The problem is not getting dry. The problem is staying dry. You with us? I'm a great quitter. I'm just a better starter. And that's what so many people don't understand. We can detox a lot of these cats and they go, oh my gosh, I'm never going to do that again. And they have the power to not do it again. Boom. They're not alcoholics and they're not drug addicts. We shouldn't force them to be. But guys, let me tell you this. Stop means stop. Because every one of us in here have stopped for periods of time. I guarantee you, for Layla, I could have stayed sober for 2 months. Two in a day? Probably not. But 2 months? Come on, guys, that's what we do. I can stop for periods of time. I'm on probation, I'm on whatever. But then I get caught in that mental blank spot. So from the doctor's opinion, up to page 23, if any of you guys are working with the sponsees, that's the first thing you do. You sit them down and you qualify them. Can you relate to this physical piece of drinking too much when you don't want to, or taking too much dope when you don't want to? Yeah, I can relate to that. I share some stories with him and he shares some stories with me and we get comfortable with that. Then we go to 23 to 43, the 20 pages that talk about the mental obsession, where Layla read this afternoon this morning about the power of choice. Given sufficient reason, can you stop and stay stopped? Or do you get taken to this mental blank spot? Bill Wilson wanted us to take the newcomers to this spot. In the chapter to the wives in the back of the book, it says 2 places to take them to that chapter where she was reading. Show them again the chapter about alcoholism, so we can look at this mental insanity. If I can stop because you put enough legal pressure on me, then I'm not an alcoholic or a drug addict. What's your truth based on your experience? In the United States, we just lock them up by the thousands, by the millions. Y'all follow? They get out and they just start using again. Or they use while they're in jail. Doesn't that seem a little insane to you? And everybody goes, yeah. But we do it anyway. You follow? Had a friend come back into the hospital for her second visit to the hospital. She'd just been attacked in a dang crack house over in Austin. And she comes back in and she gets to stay for a couple of weeks and we get her detox, pat her on the butt, and she goes back to Austin and goes back to the same crack house. Not even a different one. Oh my gosh. And you want to try to figure out some kind of behavioral problem that caused this? This woman's insane. So the problem is we want to water this down so everybody's included, that everybody's a part. You're not. These are the people that are killing us in our programs because they're talking about crap they don't know nothing about. When you use and you know you don't wanna, but you do it anyway, knowing the consequences are coming straight at you and you do it anyway, that's what we're trying to alleviate. That's why I need God. That's why I need the spiritual experience. Ask somebody that's had a first step experience. I got counselors at the hospital said, there's no such thing as a first step experience. Because you've never had one. When you're sitting in a room, when you're sitting in a room across from somebody who's explaining this to you and all of a sudden it starts to creep in. Listen, guys, I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous for 7 years and I've never had a first step experience. Do you have a problem with alcohol? Are you willing to go to, You betcha. Okay, welcome. I never bought a book. I never got a sponsor. I never did do anything. Are you with me? Because I still believe that this is the problem. This is beer. This is cocaine. This is the problem. And if I just don't do this, I'll be okay. But what I don't understand, because nobody wants to talk about Layla, what I don't understand is that this is not the problem, it's the solution. And you take the alcohol and dope away from the real McCoy, and my life gets worse, not better. Your family members don't understand that, but the real alcoholics in this room understand that. And there's a few of you in here, a handful of you in here that are looking and says, listen, but I quit doing dope and my life did get better. Okay. Listen, my external world always got better for a month or two. You follow? And then the further away I got from that alcohol and dope, the worse this got. This internal condition that we don't seem to want to talk about in our fellowships anywhere. Bring this up as a topic at your next CA meeting. Spiritual malady. Big Book talks about it, but I guarantee it'll be like roaches leaving the room. Everybody lets you I gotta get this call. I'll be back. I mean, looking to get the heck out of the spiritual malady, but that's exactly what Bill Wilson's talking about in the book. Chris Raymer drinks and drugs because of the spiritual malady, the internal condition. Without the alcohol and dope, I am irritable. Come on, guys, sit with it just a second. I'm watching. I got 5 more minutes with you, and then we'll open up for some quick questions. Irritable, restless, discontent. Y'all know right where that is up in the doctor's opinion, yeah? But how many of y'all understand irritable, restless? You'll come to treatment and what they want to do is they want to talk about that after you drink. Your life's miserable because you're drinking. They're not asking the question they need to be. So when you stop drinking, isn't your life the same or worse? Guys, every suicide attempt I ever made, I did coming off a dry spell. My first wife used to come home and bring a bottle of vodka and set it on the table and says, here, drink this. I liked you better drunk. And I said, well, okay, honey. If it means that much to you, anything for this relationship. Guys, on page 52, it talks about the bedevilments, the trouble in personal relationships. How many of y'all understand that? Trouble making a living. I go back to the trouble making in personal relationships. Look at the one with yourself. Oh my gosh, you may be treating your friends a hell of a lot better than you're treating yourself. In Cocaine Anonymous, we see it all the time. The little cutters that are rampant, the little people that want to self-mutilate. What's that about? The spiritual malady. No, it's a deep-rooted psychological... It's not. We've been there, done that. It's the spiritual disconnection from God. I'm not talking about tattoos. I'm going to get me a tattoo. It's going to be so good. Okay. I just sponsored a little guy. Just started sponsoring a little tattoo artist, and it's going to be good. Well, there happens to be one over there next to the Zanzibar too. Some of y'all will be over there watching for me, not a little camera. No. Trouble in personal relationships. Trouble making a living. Book talks about no sense of direction. How many of y'all understand no sense of direction? We got thousands and millions of people on adult attention deficit disorder medications in the United States. And these little guys were put on those, they don't need them. Most of them don't need them, truly. Most of them, trouble in personal, focusing, that's all about the spiritual malady. How about depression? Book says we were prey to misery and depression. How many of y'all understand that one? Number one symptom of untreated alcoholism and drug addiction is depression. How about boredom? Anxiety? Buddy, I got a friend of mine right now going through the anxiety business, and all stems from this same thing. Oh, it's a medical problem. Well, gee whiz now. We haven't had it for 10 years now. All of a sudden we got it. What's happening now? Do you think because I stopped doing cocaine that my disease stopped progressing? This is why we're having so many people relapse coming back into our fellowship. You think because I stopped drinking that everything's okay. You stop drinking, folks. My friend Danny up in Maine says it better than me. If alcohol and dope's your problem, then detox is as hard as it's going to get. If alcoholism and drug addiction is your problem, it's fixing to get really, really crappy, really, really quick. Then detox is like kissing a baby's butt compared to what your mind is going to ask you to do. Y'all understand that? Guys, we don't have any problem getting people to come to Cocaine Anonymous. We don't have any problem getting people to come to all of our fellowships. We have a problem keeping them, letting them stay. Because the insanity, when that comes back, I'm irritable, restless, and discontent. I'm 2 weeks away from the alcohol and dope, and all of a sudden my head starts to talk to me. With me, it's classic every time. I'm not going to drink anymore, and I'm damn sure not going to do cocaine because it costs too much, and the meth, no, nothing. And I hear this little voice 2 weeks out, you could probably smoke a joint. Yeah, Rasta stuff. Yeah, it's herb. It's not dope anyway. And it may or may not be. But there's a thing called cross-addiction, and I smoke pot, and it triggers the same area of the brain that the cocaine triggered, and a week later, 2 days later, usually with me it's within hours, I'm back at the 7-Eleven buying some booze, and then I'm at the dope dealer's house. I thought you quit. I thought I did too. And I did that for 7 years. In and out, in and out, in and out. First time to Alcoholics Anonymous in the early 80s, trying to save a marriage and a job, and I spent 7 more years. Ended up bad things happening. The cocaine really kicked in. The methamphetamine really kicked in. In 1987, I tried to commit suicide. I tried to take my own life. I'm living in a little apartment that my brother co-signed for me up in Dallas, Texas, and I'm working for him. It's the only reason I'm not on the street. And I picked up another stack of return checks, and I am so done. You alcoholics and addicts, you just don't know the damage you're doing. Oh, kiss my butt. I know everything I've done. I know every way I've hurt you. You with me? And while everybody else is asleep and I'm wildly awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's all that's all I'm thinking about. Why did I talk to him that way? Why did I treat him that way? Why did I do her that way? I'm a worthless, y'all, a lot of you nodding your heads because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Guys, I'm insane. Why do you drink so much? The pressure at work? Our families, everybody around us, the therapists, they're all trying to help us figure out why we do it. I do it because I have a genetically predisposed disease. I don't need a reason. I drink because I'm a drunk. I do dope because I'm a dope fiend. That's what I do. When I put that stuff in my system, I don't want to get ripped. I want to get right. I ain't looking to get loaded. I want to get well. You with me? Any night you can catch me. I'm balancing my checkbook. I'm washing my clothes. I'm getting ready for the next day. You with me? I'm not down at the club partying. That was long, many years ago, folks. Now I'm just maintenance. I'm just trying to stay on the beam. Not get arrested. Not piss her off bad enough to get... Okay. Y'all what? In 87, I tried to commit suicide because I couldn't not drink. I couldn't not drug. I'll lay the booze down and pick up the dope. I lay the dope down and I pick up the booze. And it always ends up back in the same damn spot. You follow? And yes, I wanted to get well. But I went off the checklist. I've been to church. They just said to believe. We were talking about, I've always believed. I've been to treatment. I got your Gorski crap. In case anybody didn't hear me. I got your Gorski crap. Again, guys, this is not a self-help program. If I could have helped myself in 1976 instead of eating out of that dumpster, I'd have done something different. So would have you. So I took the medication, sat on the side of the bed, and heard a voice that said, "Don't do this, go back to AA." Don't know what it was. Could have been the ferrets. Could have been the person next door. Don't know. I was sitting on the side of the bed. There was no furniture in the house. My dope dealer had my furniture. I lent my furniture to my dope dealer. He was going to hold that leather furniture for me until I got back. And for all I know, he's still holding my leather furniture. And there's nothing in that house except two little ferrets in a big old cage about the size of this deal right here. And I'm looking, nothing under the bed, nothing. I heard a voice. Don't do this, go back to AA. Heard it a couple of times. Made myself sick, laid down on the bed, heard it one last time there. The next morning, before I could just wipe the sleep out of my eyes, I come to, sit up, and I heard the voice one last time. Don't do this. Same, no inflection, no good morning. That would have been better. This is the sunbeam talking to you. No, it's none of that. Don't do this. Go back to AA. And I said, to heck with it. Okay. Don't want to go back to AA. I was arguing with the voice. Why? What are they going to show me in Alcoholics Anonymous this time? And this time I went back and they did some things different with me. We're going to talk about a little bit more of that. But they opened the book and they qualified me the first time. And I knew I was an alcoholic and I knew I was a drug addict, and any fellowship I wanted to belong to, I could participate in. But the first time, though, I didn't have to question what I was. I knew that I was dying of a fatal progressive illness because men and women loved me enough to tell me the truth. Cool? We have any questions on this particular disease thing? We'd love to do that.
Just come on up to the mic. Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay. And if you could actually just come up and ask a question, but no comments or commentary. Otherwise, we're going to be here all afternoon. So you have a question, just come on up and ask Chris.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for lack of power was our dilemma. But let's hear about the step 3 prayer. Can you get a chance, please?
Yeah.
Offer yourself to thee. Thank you.
Next hour, we're going right there. Any other question? I either did a masterful job explaining the problem, or you all need to go to the bathroom really, really bad. I suspect the latter. Go get them, brother.
You were talking about being miserable after getting off the dope and the alcohol. What else can you recommend besides doing the steps?
Nothing. Nothing. That was not the answer she wanted to hear. Guys, here's the deal. Here's what we can do, because I watched thousands of you guys do this. You get sober. My deal was every time I would get sober and then I would go to the gym. You know, I would get sober and I would learn how to roller skate. You know what? I'd get active and I'm feeling great. I'm doing so good. But I'm coming apart at the seams gradually, internally. This internal condition, the spiritual malady is coming back. The illness is coming back. Unless I treat that illness, nothing else I do. How many of you guys have done that? You know, you go get a new relationship, you go get a new job, you go rack up the credit cards, you whatever, but nothing's going to fix you. Let's do the steps and then let's go do some of that other stuff too. But that's what you got to do.
Yeah, how's it going? I was just wondering, I'm an alcoholic addict, and every time I drink, it makes me crave crack cocaine. So is that like...
Welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't know what to tell you. You can... Underneath... We're going to talk about this more this afternoon, but underneath most of you little garden variety, you little purists, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm just a crack monster. I understand that. But once we take the cocaine away, what happens is for most of us, what is that? Oh, a cocktail. All of a sudden we get real thirsty, you know, and all of a sudden, and you'll either become a lush, like I did, you with us, or it will just lead you to me. I don't like the way this makes me feel. And the craving kicks in and we go straight back to the cocaine. Either way, here's the question. The second question to the disease deal is, given sufficient reason, can you leave it alone? Knowing that it'll lead you back to the crack cocaine, can you leave it alone? No. That qualifies you for Alcoholics Anonymous. You're as big a drunk as those bums out on the street. That's just, welcome.
I'm an alcoholic named George. Hi,
hey,
Chris.
George.
Much like you, got sober, floundered in the fellowship of AA, and someone presented the fact that, am I a real alcoholic? And I found myself having to look at that. So for the longest time, I'm sober and clean, and the dry date didn't change, but I'm only a member of the fellowship and wasn't working the program. So now that I'm into the work, I look around and I see a lot of other Georges that are in the fellowship and not in the program. And, well, I'm going to get to it. I'm trying to make the point first.
I got you. I'm with you.
Are you with me on that?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's rampant.
Yeah, it's very rampant. So now, here I am going to meetings and I'm trying to sponsor people, and I'm trying to be sponsored, and I'm trying to get into the work, and my direct question is I go there and I see a lot of people that aren't alcoholics or addicts. And I really want to say, buddy or gal, you know, let's get back to, are you the real alcoholic? And then I find, in my opinion, that they're not, right? But they're stuck in that middle of the road solution. And I really want to say, hey, you know, let's look for someone that is real. And I try to lay aside all that kind of stuff, and I'm really troubled over all this because I see the room's full of what I think isn't the real alcoholic.
Y'all understand where he's going with this? It's about all of us are experiencing a lot of the same kind of deal. We've got to get real clear. We're not in a social environment here. I'm not here for I'm going to be your buddy, you're going to be my buddy, and we're going to go together and skip through the tulips. And that's not what we're doing. We're sober members of a fellowship that have one job, so the traditions say, which is to carry the message of hope back to the newcomer. And that's all we're going to do, is we're going to carry the message. If the little loser wants to hang around with us, that's fine. But I'm going to make sure that the guys that I sponsor know what's going on, and we know how to spot one when we see it. You follow? If the only reason you're going is to pick up a woman, we can see that. And we're going to talk to the guys and the girls that we work with to make sure that everybody understands that. We are soldiers in a trench, and we're going to talk a lot more about that this afternoon. But you got to start standing for something. Stop worrying about what everybody's thinking about you and start. It doesn't mean you have to be abrasive, but you got to stand for something. Real quick.
My name's Rob, and I'm an addict. I just want to know on the newcomer or someone dealing with them, overwhelming with information versus what they can take in. Mm-hmm. Just whatever you're thinking of.
And again, did y'all hear the question? He's talking about being overwhelmed as a newcomer with a lot of information. Here's what we don't do. We don't drop them in here and lecture to them. And we're going to talk about that some this afternoon when we talk about working with others. But what I'm going to end up doing with a new guy is I'm going to use something called discernment. I'm going to watch and see how far are you detoxed. This little guy comes in and you can just see by knowing. I mean, he's getting confused at the coffee bar, for God's sakes. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time talking to him about, hey, let's talk about the concepts. How about you come and sit down and get a cup of coffee? No. There's plenty of time for that. But it's like triage when they first get here. I got them. Now let's keep them here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to qualify them. Do you really need to be here? Well, I drink, and then I'm going to qualify them. Let's talk about the physical allergy and the mental obsession. And you can see it on their face. They get so comfortable. They go, oh shit, I didn't know. Absolutely. And then we talk about the spiritual malady. Even the most little fried pie can understand that. You know, I got a book. Show them where the book is. Maybe see if they want a copy of that. You with us? That's perfect question. You can't jam everybody the same way. Some of these guys are rockets. They come in, they're ready. Some of them, but nobody am I going to wait too damn long to do that with. I'm just not. If you're not ready to stay, that's it.
Thanks, Chris. I'm a recovered cocaine addict. I'm a big book sponsor, and it's nice to have somebody openly make that distinction about a real drug addict and a real alcoholic, because we've been saying that for years, and people look at us like we have three heads. Mm-hmm. They're like, what do you mean? You're trying to separate yourself from us. You know, oh, you've got terminal uniqueness. You know, they look at us like this. I know the difference. I've had that step one experience you're talking about where I knew I was fucked. Mm-hmm. You know, completely done, you know. I didn't have any other option. For those of us out there that are working in the trenches, like you said, you know, big book sponsors, it's nice to have somebody else as a target for a change. Mm-hmm. Because when we say what you say, they throw us out of meetings. You know, how do you deal with that, Chris?
Okay.
You know, we try to do it in a diplomatic format.
But sometimes we don't try hard enough. I'm right there with you. Tonight, again, this afternoon, we start talking about this. We want to really focus on this business about how to do this. We don't want to go in and be horses' butts. I don't want to go in and abrasively. You're not doing this right. I mean, the steps are open and roomy. There's lots of different ways we can do this. But what we have to look at is, in a great scheme of things, is the message being carried properly. Y'all follow? And guys, I got to tell you something. We are different. The real alcoholics and addicts, guys, we have a common problem and a common solution. And you're either with us or you're on the periphery against us. And that's what we're trying to do, is bring you in. You think everybody that you go to the meeting with is because they say they're in Cocaine Anonymous or actually in Cocaine Anonymous? That's ludicrous. That's nuts. Their actions will show you whether they're in or not. Go.
Okay, I know that we have more questions, but we're going to have to take a break at some point, so we're just going to take a break now, 10, 15-minute break, and then we'll be back for the second half of the morning, and then you can ask more questions. But first. Okay, we're moving on to our second topic, which ties in with the first topic of powerlessness, which is what is the solution to the hopeless situation of powerlessness. I will read you a brief quote from the chapter entitled, again, There is a Solution, which puts it into a nutshell. The great fact is just this and nothing less, that we have had deep and effective spiritual experiences which have revolutionized our whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. If you are as seriously alcoholic or addicted as we were, we believe there is no middle of the road solution. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible, and if we had passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could, and the other, to accept spiritual help. To elaborate on this nutshell, I give it over to Chris.
That's excellent. Excellent. Can you hear me? Yep. My name is Chris Raymer, grateful recovered alcoholic addict. I had one. It didn't take me but one break to finally get one to come up and talk to me. He says, you can't introduce yourself as a recovered alcoholic or a drug addict. He says, no, and I'm not making fun of that person. They're still in here. Welcome. I try to explain. Again, this is where treatment centers have taken us. If you want to introduce yourself as somebody that's still sick, by all means do that. If you just got sober, you are recovering. You with us? 2 weeks after I got back to this fellowship after that suicide attempt, I'm working the 12 steps. I've got a completed 4th step ready to dump a 5th step, and the obsession to use was lifted and has never returned in 20 years. Now, I'm going to take that power and put it under a bucket because it makes you uncomfortable? I don't think so. And that's what we're talking about. I know that some of this, guys, is going to make some of y'all feel kind of goofy and kind of uncomfortable because you're not used to talking about it. But we need to all get to a place in all of our fellowships where we can talk, here's the word, unapologetically about God. Unapologetically. I want to mention real quick that the Big Book tells me to introduce myself to the newcomer as a person who has recovered. I mean, we've got to hit this and we won't hit it anymore. But treatment centers, they're the ones that started this. I want you well, but I don't want you too well. See what I'm saying? Because you're a great customer, but you'd be a better one if you could come back about 6 or 7 times. You follow? Because after all, we're always sick. Can I get sick again? Absolutely, guys. It's not a guarantee. The book says that if I will do certain things, I will be placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. And that's what we're looking at. And once I get in that spot, the obsession goes away. Do you think it bothers me sitting out there on that street last night? Why? Right across from the Zanzibar, as a matter of fact. Do you think it bothers me for a second that there was a guy, I'm sitting there right there across there watching a dope deal go down? I'm looking at that thing and my mind's going back and I'm remembering the time on the same kind of deal in Houston, Texas. And you with me? Did that trigger me? Did I think about using? Absolutely not. I'm a recovered alcoholic and addict. I can go anywhere I want to go. Any place. And it's one of the things that we've got to clear up because that's one of the reasons we have such a tough time in the States keeping the young adults in our fellowship. That's one of the reasons that so many people out there in computer land want to take shots at our fellowship. And they always use that as the first shot they take. Who wants to be a part of a fellowship where you have to admit you're sick for the rest of your life? My disease is in remission. I am well. Thank you. If the obsession hadn't come back in 20 years, I don't think it's going to come back tomorrow. If I continue to do what I'm supposed to do. Layla just read it. As long as I stay spiritually connected, everything's rock and roll. Y'all follow? They paint this picture in treatment that every day is the day you could use. Oh my gosh. We had a lady in our group not long ago that came up and she said, Chris, there's just some days I can't even go down the wine aisle at the grocery store. I said, baby, you need to finish working these steps. She's 15 years sober and she can't be in a room with wine? That's pathetic. It's pathetic. And it's not an accurate representation of what the fellowship is about. You could get me on a soapbox. Oprah, a couple of last month, I don't know if it was a rerun or not, had this little girl on there and she's talking, I've been sober. She's a little drug addict. I've been sober for 4 years. And Oprah said, oh, it must be hard on you. And she cried, every day is a struggle. Well, Oprah doesn't know any better. She just let it go. Now, what a piss poor representation of sobriety. Can you imagine one of the little dope fiends watching and sitting there smoking a crack pipe, watching and saying, I've been thinking about getting sober, but gee whiz, at 4 years, is she that miserable? The hell with that. We've painted this picture that it's so willy-nilly, that it's just, it may happen and it may not happen. That's not my experience, and that's not what the big book says. I got to show you something here. In the 80s, part of the problem was that we took the stuff in treatment, we took it all and we turned it into a self-help program. And again, with the insurance companies, I was talking to a couple of cats at break about it. And when the insurance company started swinging back the other way, that's how we answered it. I was like, oh, well, this is not spiritual. This is self-help. And we did biofeedback, and that's when the little teddy bears came on the scene. And oh my gosh, it was just a cluster, But we got away from this idea about the spiritual stuff. And still to this day, it's the one area that we want to walk on eggshells about. There's two things that we are afraid to tell the newcomer. This is about God, and you got to get off your butt and go work with another drunk. We don't want to talk to him about that. We need to start talking to him about that. My question to you is this. In this short time we got, I'm going to try to finish up a little earlier so we can get some more questions. But the question is this. Why is it that we're so nervous about this God thing? In chapter to the agnostics, in the first paragraph, it gives a great summation. If any of y'all want to know where the summation is about how to qualify a drunk, sit down with somebody and it says this. In the preceding chapters, you have learned something about alcoholism, drug addiction. We hope we've made clear the distinction between the drug addict and the non-drug addict. I'm paraphrasing. Here's the sentence. If when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, power of choice. Or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you're probably one of us. Dig? Bill Wilson's being very diplomatic. But he's asking you two questions. Choice and control. Now here's what people hear when we talk about this, going back to the last hour. When they say we don't have a choice, it sounds like we're letting everybody off the hook. I've got thousands of choices. Y'all understand this? There's a bunch of you in this room that made a conscious choice. I'm either going to stay home and do honeydews, or I'm going to come to this little gathering and I'm going to participate. Thank you for coming, but that was your choice. You follow? I'm going to bring my book to group, or I'm not. I'm going to follow my sponsor's instructions, or I'm not. You with us? I've got thousands of choices, guys. But if I make the choice to pull myself away from this fellowship, all bets are off. The insanity will come, and it doesn't make jack what your external world looks like. You're going to go use again. I'm going to ask the question to sum up on that. How many of you guys drank and drug when life was great? All the hands are up. I get. How many of you drank and drug when life was crap? All the hands are up. There you go. Nice relationship, cruddy relationship. Great job. Cruddy job. I'll never forget when I first started working at the hospital in the early 90s. The lottery was just in Texas, in the United States, but especially in Texas there. And so we had one of our first lottery winners from there had come through our hospital, and they were zonked. They were alcoholics who won the lottery. Bad. But I'd spent half my life telling people, because of poverty, because I didn't have any money, this, that, and the other, and that's why I drank. Financial stress is what caused me to drink. Now here you got a guy with $10 million in the bank, and this bozo can't stay sober. You follow? And it was like, oh my gosh. You look at the cats that come in this hospital, drop dead movie stars, these gorgeous people. It's like, why would you drink? You've got everything on earth. It ain't nothing to do with that external crap. Why can't we get away from that? It's about disconnection with God. Let me read this real quick before I forget. My meds are out of adjustment. It could be the coffee too. I don't know which. To one who, 2 paragraphs down. But it isn't so difficult. About half our original fellowship were exactly that type. They're talking about agnostics or atheists. You with us? About half. That means in Alcoholics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, about half the cats that come through are grinding their teeth on this God stuff. You know what that means? That means that half of us aren't. Y'all down with this? Why is it that every time we turn around, we've got to turn this into some kind of major controversial argument? When I was trying to get sober in the early 80s, the old timers used to tell the people that were early in the program coming in, says, don't talk about God too much. You'll scare the newcomers off. I'm more concerned with my membership in my group than I am whether or not this person gets the message or not. The problem is that our fellowship, we could sum this up for a whole hour, all with this one sentence. We are so open and roomy, it's not even funny, folks. We don't care who you pray to, as long as you pray to something. Everybody just gets jammed up about this. Well, I don't know if I'm a Christian or not. Well, rock on. Work the 12 steps. You're going to get in touch with some kind of higher power. It's not my decision. That's just the way it works. It's cause and effect. If I want to get out this room, what do I got to do? I can talk about it until the cows come home. You with us? We can visit about it. We can do workshops about it. But sooner or later, I'm going to have to disconnect and walk straight out that door. I'm not getting out any other way. You can't carry me out. I got to walk out. It's the same thing with this thing called a spiritual experience. Do the work, you'll have a spiritual experience. Well, I don't believe in God. Are you willing to believe there might possibly be something to this? Well, on the outside chance, good. Let's do the work. Oh, but I want to talk about this some more. I mean, I hear people in meetings all the time. It's like, I'm working on 2 and 3. I'm working on 2 and... Some of you are in here now doing it. I'm stuck on 2 and 3. I'm stuck on 2 and 3. No, you're not. You bozo. You're stuck on 1. You're stuck on 1. That's exactly. I'm telling you, the people that are griping about God, there's too much God talk in here. There's too much talk about spirituality in here. They're the people that are not the real alcoholics and addicts. If that offends you, come see me. So I can do it to you closer. Because I'm not going to change. Come on, guys. If I'm going to say it again, that's what we do in the qualifying deal. Guy, if you can stay sober because you want to, because you're on probation. We went through this before. If you can stay sober because you want, that's what our families are waiting. When the cats come to treatment, they're all coming in, and when the lady will call me on the phone, her mom, says, well, I think she's probably hit bottom now. Oh, you think? Oh, rock on. Well, we're fixing to find out if she's hit bottom. Well, this last DWI should have done it. You're nuts. Because the book says we're not going to remember the consequences of even a week or a month ago. You follow? If your experience can stop you from drinking, that's the guys in the South. That's what they talk about. Keep it green. Keep it green. Oh my gosh. That's why we end up going to meetings and just listening to war stories. Listen to the people talk about smoking crack. Listen to people. We're going to keep it green. Why? Guys, constantly looking at the dark is not going to tell you anything about the light. We need to shut up sooner or later about this. We're going to talk about it some later on tonight. This idea this afternoon, this idea that we're supposed to be, that's all we do in AA is talk about the dark is ludicrous. And some of you grind your teeth about this until the cows come home. All we have is our story. No. Sister read it earlier. We talked about it on page 17. We just started talking about it. Page 17 says we got a common problem. What's the common problem? Look around this room, guys. We're all cut from different cloth. I mean, drop dead gorgeous. There was a guy back over here that's so butt ugly I don't see him. Well, it's the same stuff. We're all the same. But the only thing that ties us together. Come on. What do we got in common? Look at Layla. Look at me. What do we got in common? Nothing. We come from 2 different walks of life. But the thing that we have in common is the problem. Is that when she puts cocaine in her body, it does the same thing it does in me. And in order to stop using the cocaine, the obsession to go away, she had to do certain things to get connected spiritually, just like me. The church didn't work for me. Just going and praying didn't work. It may work for some people. It did not work for me. I'm not knocking the church. I'm saying the church alone is not enough. Those are the cats that come into our hospital. They're the toughest people we deal with. Born again Christians. The toughest people, just impacted with what they already think they know about God. And everything you think you know about God is going to keep you from knowing anything else new about God. You can just see them. I know. Like a damn minor bird, like Mickey Bush says, I know. Oh, you do? You were just smoking crack cocaine last night. If you know so damn much. Why don't you shut up? Did I get you? Okay. I spit a lot. I spoke at a place in Texas one time and they did it like a Gallagher concert. They all had sheets in front of them. They pulled over them. I'm like, a little bleak shield here. The book is so open and roomy. Bill Wilson and those cats, Bill was, coming from a Christian bent. He understood it. In the writing of the literature, they all understood it. But there were some cats involved in the original writings of this book that were not Christian and did not believe the ways a lot of us believed. And they wanted to keep this open and roomy for everybody. And it's a soapbox of mine. I need to tell you, I'm going to go ahead and say it from the podium, and it may offend some people. I have Christian roots, and when I got sober, those roots had been pretty well shattered. I was kind of not comfortable in my skin around it. And over the years, what's happened is I've been kind of led back through several different religions back to my Christian roots. That's just my experience. But the problem that we see in our fellowship today is that we either want to go from one extreme to another. I want to jam this down your throat. You need to believe the way I believe. No more of this higher power. It's Jesus Christ. Or it swings back this other way to, you don't need to worry about any of that. It can just be the light bulb. Now, somewhere between Jesus Christ and a light bulb, there's some wiggle room here. I don't know what to tell you. But back in the 80s when I was trying to get sober, that was the big deal. You can believe anything. The group, anything. No! I'm sorry. That's not what the book says. The book says you're going to find a power greater than yourself. And I think if we walk on eggshells around this too long, what we end up doing is losing the cat completely. I don't care what you believe in, but you're going to believe in something. You follow? Otherwise, when the work actually starts, you're going to crap out because it's going to get uncomfortable. And that's what I want to talk to you about. We have people all over the world. Because I speak and because of the CDs and stuff have traveled everywhere. I get emails from all over the world, and I get a lot of emails from people that are not Christian who chafe because they can't come to Cocaine Anonymous because it's a Christian fellowship. I think historically we need to look at the fact that we started out as a Christian fellowship. It was started by a bunch of Christians. It was started by a bunch of people that were also atheists and agnostics and non-believers. But I'm saying we set this thing up so that anybody could use their own faith and their own walk, be it Buddhist or Muslim or Eastern or Wiccan or vegetarians for all I don't know what to tell you. I don't care, but you can do it any way you want and still get the same results. If it's working for you, let's do it. One of the things that you got to have in order to get sober, folks, is a dose of humility. And I just got to bring this to your attention. You want to sit there and tell me that you're powerless over alcohol, and then you want to argue with a concept that could save your life. I know we're just talking amongst friends here, guys, but it's everything I can do not to tell that person to go jump off a bridge. That's why I said it a minute ago. Then go back to the first step experience. Because if you think you got power over this and that you can stop on your own, then go do it. Shut up talking about it and go do it. Okay. The room's divided like this in Cocaine Anonymous and all the fellowships. The rooms are divided like this. There's the people that are working the steps and have had a spiritual experience whose lives are on fire. They may not be rich. Their life may not be perfect, but you can. We're sitting at the stupid breakfast table crying this morning over a what? A bowl of muesli, for God's sakes. This is nuts. What is this about? And then there's a part of these people that are sitting over here trying to intellectualize everything, trying to get it all figured out. Listen, I'm saying it again. If you're drowning in the water and a boat comes up and a hand reaches down, you're not going to start questioning who that hand is. Well, I prefer a white hand, thank you very much, over a black hand. And you don't care. It's what she just read. The desperation of drowning men. Are you ready? There's no middle of the road solution for us. If you're powerless over this substance, we know what's going to fix you. It's this thing called a spiritual experience. So I'm going to say this again. So we get this new little guy in there and he says, I don't know if I understand this God stuff. And I'm sitting there 20 years sober. There's no kidding. Me either. Open-minded. I don't know. I think I know a little bit more now than I did when I first got here, but it's constantly changing. It's rearranging. God continues to take me to different places. I was telling Layla at breakfast, sitting on a plane coming back from Seattle reading this book about homeless people, and I started to come undone. I mean, I'm crying on this plane, and and I am really self-conscious because I am not a crier. I just like, and I'm like a girl on here, and I'm crying like this. And stewardess comes by, "Are you okay?" And I said, "But I get back to me on this one because I don't know. I'm coming undone." I mean, I'm being touched by this information coming out of this book and what I'm actually doing in this fellowship. Is Chris Raymer doing everything he can do to help his fellow man on this earth? Then I'm going to tell you the answer for me was absolutely no. No. And I'm going to tell you it touched me. God's going to move me to a different spot, folks. Y'all think that you've arrived. I'm not drinking and drugging and the obsession is gone and I am happy, joyous, and free. How cool is that? And how boring as spit is that going to be? A year from now. 6 months from now. Complacency is what kills us. How many of y'all understand that even in relationships? It's complacency that kills us. We just get bored. God dang, I just wanted to breathe the air she was breathing. And now it's like, honey, move away. Complacency, entitlement. That's what gets us. So you're working with a newcomer and he's questioning whether or not he believes in this God thing or not. And so what do? We dust him. Well, go study it some more. Pray about it. Think about it. Talk to 15 people and ask them about their higher power. Oh my God, why not give him a gun and let him go out in the back and just shoot himself because he's fixing to go smoke cocaine? You're asking him to do something that he can't do. Figure this all out. Show me in the book where it says that you got to have it all figured out. It says, do you believe there's something out there bigger than you? Did you cause that beautiful rain yesterday? No. Maybe something else did? Yeah, maybe so. Move on now. We're done with 2. Believe there's a power out there bigger than you? Yeah. 3rd step. You willing to let this power help you in your life? In other words, are you going to stop trying to run the dang show and realize that there's a power out there that wants you happy, joyous, and free, and that can take you to a different spot in all areas of your life? Again, we talked about lack of power. That's the dilemma. We're not talking about just power over crack or alcohol. We're talking about power in my lives, around my credit cards, around my health, my exercise life. Could you want some of this power? Are you willing to let something guide you? Well, I don't think it'll. It's not what I ask. I said, are you willing to believe that there's something that could possibly help you? It seems to be working for me. It seems to be working for millions of us. Are you willing to believe that it could possibly help you? Well, I guess I'm willing to go that far. Rock on. I sit down and I explain the 3rd step to them, and we go through the 3rd step prayer where it says quite clearly that it's going to remove your difficulties so victory over those difficulties can bear witness to God's power. And we're going to do a little 3rd step prayer, and then we're going to get up and then we're going to talk this afternoon about the 4th step stuff. And we're going to move right on through it. And I wish you could stand up here and look at your faces. It's like, that can't possibly be. That's okay. It's that simple. Guys, if I could figure it out without doing the rest of this stuff, without your help, why in the hell would I need to come here to begin with? Everybody wants to make this so much more complicated than it is. I was talking earlier, I never once had a problem believing that there was a God. Me, Chris Raymer, I never did. I'm eating out of dumpsters in Houston, Texas, and I knew there was a God protected my ass. You with me? I was pissed at that power, I need to tell you that. How could you do this to me? It's all God's fault. You know what I'm saying? I understood that. But when I got back, and I'd been in and out of lots of churches and stuff, and that's the big noose around so many of our necks is that if you just believed enough, guys, I believe there's a power out there that created the universe that could change me and fix my eye like that. I don't think that's going to happen. Why? What's the point? I've watched too many people miraculously healed from their illnesses to know that takes place. One of the things that I learned early on, though, is that God wants us off our ass doing what we're supposed to be doing. And God's not going to do for us what we can do for ourselves. And all God wants us to do, the book says, is be of service. And we're so blasted selfish. That's why Bill Wilson understood it on page 62. The cocaine's not the problem. It's your refusal to be of service to another human being that's the problem. Now guys, I'm in AA for 7 years and nobody will explain this to me. I'm sitting in AA for 7 years, Narcotics Anonymous, nobody will talk to me about this. Nobody will put it that succinctly. I want to argue my right. In fact, anytime I get up to try to help somebody to do something, oh no, easy does it, buddy. You just got here. You take your time. You take it, slow down. Like again, why didn't they just hand me a gun? There's been some great studies out there, guys. There's been some great studies out there. And there was a great article. If I ever find the name of it, the title of the author, I cut it up because I was traveling and I stuck it in the book. And I don't even remember who wrote it, but they talk extensively about these windows of opportunity around the spiritual life. Each and every one of us, we have a moment when we come in, and even the most difficult of us, if we stay around long enough and we get our feet underneath us a little bit, we begin to have this little experience with what we know is God. But what everybody wants to do in our fellowships, we don't do it so much in CA, but we do in AA. We want to make fun of it. We want to call it the pink cloud. And it's like very few things irritate me more than listening to some old geezer talk about the pink cloud. Because I'm going to tell you something, folks, there's no such thing as the pink cloud. Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob understood it completely. Dr. Bob wrote extensively about it. If we're trying to get you to a thing called a spiritual experience, and you start to show symptoms of this spiritual experience, why do I want to pour a bucket of cold water on your head and embarrass you in public by making fun of what's going on with you? And we want to walk on eggshells. Somebody comes in excited about God, right? Excited. You're not going to believe what happened today. I was sitting there, and this lightning, this storm came up, and he's telling me about this, and instead of understanding that this was very meaningful for this person, I want to make light of it. Well, listen, buddy, but just talk to me about this. Don't talk to the group about this because there's other people that are struggling with this God thing. We don't want to. So let's just water the whole damn thing down. Take the passion out. You with us? Don't get too happy. Don't get excited about recovery because it's not good. What about the poor person in the back that's struggling with depression? Oh my God! How can we get to this spot? How did we take a perfectly wonderful fellowship like this and drop it in the toilet being so damn concerned about somebody? That person that's suffering from depression needs to be, quote unquote, we've said it 1,000 times in here, pulled with a vision. We need to tell this person that everybody thinks it's just about not drinking. One day you're just not going to drink. Big deal. It's like Mickey B says, one of my buddies, he said, hell, the cat's been sober 13 years. Who cares? Just not drinking's not the goal. Just not doing dope is not the goal. Why do we want you just not drinking and drugging but being miserable? And that's what so many people get. The people that are trying to stay sober on the fellowship alone, that's what they get. They get dried out, they get detoxed, they come in the meetings, they start to get excited, the fellowship puts a damper on it, we make fun of them, we ridicule them, because we've never had that spiritual experience, because we've never got off our own butts and done the things necessary to have it. So we put the lid on it, don't let any light out. You with us? And then it's just a matter of time before he gets loaded, and he gets loaded, and he gets loaded, and he gets loaded, and he gets loaded. Go to any AA-related function, CA, where we do a countdown, and watch how many people. A year, everybody's standing. 2 years, everybody's standing. You with us? Few years, and then about 5 years, everybody starts to sit down. Why? You think people just got tired of this fellowship at 7 years? No. They got drunk. They got loaded. Why? Because they didn't do anything to treat the spiritual malady. The solution to the problem was laid down, the booze and the dope. And now, the solution, the spiritual growth, they're not doing. We're watching lots of people sober a long time. I'm going to tell you I can't talk about that. Because of anonymity, because what we're talking about. We're watching thousands of them drop through the cracks simply because they refuse. I tell you what, I know hundreds of people that I've shared the podium with 10 years ago that are dead today. Hundreds of people that internationally, all around the world, that I shared podiums with that are dead today. Why? Because they talked about a lot of stuff, but they didn't do nothing. Don't listen to my mouth. Watch my feet. Because that's what you need to look at. Ain't that the truth? With the guys, the men and women that I spot? Yeah. No such thing as a pink cloud, guys, is the point I'm trying to get to. It is a real spiritual experience. That high that you get when you first get out of treatment, that high that you get when you first realize that you're on some good solid ground is real. These windows of opportunity. If I can get you there to that spot, now I've got something I can really work with. Now, because you're feeling good and you're excited, now's when I need to get you through the rest of this work. Like a fourth step. Like making the damned amend to that guy that you hate and you said you'd never make amends to. But you're going to have to in order to stay sober. I know, but you're going to put it off. But now while you're feeling great and you're feeling the zeal and the power and the passion that is God, it's the time to do the dang work. It's the time to get excited and finish this process. We've got a fellowship around us that won't talk about finishing the work. Everybody does exactly what they need to do to get to a spot where the pain goes away. And then we stop. I used to be a competitive cyclist. And a piss poor one at that. I just got to tell you guys. But I used to cycle a lot with the guys. But I would get to a certain spot with the cycling where I just wasn't improving. And I was getting pissed. I was one of those guys that I'd come in last again and take my bike and throw it in the back of the truck. And I was, because I couldn't. And the guy said, there's no sense taking it out on the bicycle. There's no sense in getting pissed at us either. What are you doing to get better? I'm riding with the same guys every time. He says, why don't you stop riding with those guys and start riding with us? And I said, I can't even keep up with those guys. What makes you think I can keep up with you? He says, you can't. But you're not trying hard enough with them, and with us, we'll work your butt off. You follow? And I started riding with them. And I kept getting dropped. But you know what? The next time I rode with these other guys, I whipped their asses. And then I hit a deer on a bicycle, and that was the end of everything. Oh my gosh. It was a tragic story. But that's the deal I'm trying to say is that, guys, everybody understood it, and Dr. Bob talked a lot about it, is that we get taken to this place of wellness. The window of opportunity. But how long is the window going to open? Some of us in here, we've been on this pink cloud for months and months and months. And some of us, we get it for a couple of weeks. I don't know. But you got to strike while the iron is hot. You're sponsoring a little guy and he's all excited. Now's the time to get him on the fourth step. Don't wait till you'll do a fourth step when you hurt bad enough. No, you won't. You'll go smoke crack cocaine when you hurt bad enough. No, isn't that the truth? Everybody wants to be, you'll address that issue when you hurt bad enough. No, you won't. When the spiritual malady comes back and the depression comes back and the boredom and the anxiety, you're going to medicate. You're going to go to the doctor. You're going to get some pills. You're going to go do something, whatever. Guys, when you're excited, when you're hot, let's go. Bill Wilson understood it. He was on his ninth day in Towns Hospital when he had his barn-burning spiritual experience. Eddie 12-stepped him and then came to the hospital to talk to him. And while he was in the hospital, they did a third step prayer. And then he had Bill do some writing. And he's dumped the fifth step while he was there in the hospital. You with me? And he's working on his ninth step list, historically, that's what they're saying, from Towns Hospital about 9 days in detox. He was in that treatment center twice before and he left AMA both times. Screw this, I can do this my own. And he left. And this time he's committed to stay. But what was the difference was not that he stayed. The difference was that Ebby was there with him, who Roland had carried the message to. Y'all follow how we do this? And it's all connected. But Eddie carried the message to him, and he's doing the work from Towns Hospital, and that's where he's in detox when he has his barn-burning spiritual experience. Everybody thinks he had this barn-burning spiritual experience and then started Alcoholics Anonymous. That's not the way it worked. He had a spiritual experience and then went and started Alcoholics Anonymous. Y'all follow? He was doing the work. It's cause and effect. I want to have the spiritual experience and then I'll do that work. Yeah, me too. I mean, good gosh. I love seeing some of you guys, you old beefy guys all buffed up. I wish I looked like that. Well, you can. But you better start lifting some weight, brother. You with me? I'm in a gym twice a week. I ain't lifting enough weight. Y'all understand where we're... Okay. You got to do something. This little window of opportunity may stay open for a while. It may stay open a long, long time. It may short, but we got to strike while the iron's hot. Dr. Bob worked the steps in little less than 2 weeks. When he finally had his last drink, June 10th, he went around and finally made his amends. He's already done the other work. You'll follow? He got sober. Bill D, number 3, same story, 2 weeks. Guys, the archival stuff, a lot of you guys know Wally P. You can read his stuff, his archival material. Dick B. There's websites. I've got some little handouts out here later you can snag. They talk a lot about this. All of the cats in early sobriety in AA worked the steps quickly. And it wasn't, I'm going to say it again, until the advent of treatment centers when people started watering this down and telling people to slow up. Take your time. Any group, fellowship, treatment center that tells you to go slow does not understand the urgency of what alcoholism and drug addiction are really all about. In 1987, when I walked back in the back doors of Alcoholics Anonymous, after the meeting was over, they went around and shared some hope with me, and this old geezer got it right in my face, very unceremoniously. He had some little glasses like this, and he leaned over and he said, buddy, we watched you up here for years pick up these chips. I says, are you done? He didn't say, one day at a time, would you like to walk this spiritual journey? Are you done? It's what we don't ask newcomers anymore. We're going to talk about it and working with others later this afternoon because we need to start asking the newcomer, are you done? Because if you're not, finish the job. Go play. But I'm sick and tired of wasting my time on people that don't want to get well. I know, everybody does it. Just because you say you want to get well doesn't mean you want to get well. Y'all understand that? How many guys, we're all masters at it. I love you, babe. Oh, do you? I love you, babe. What we got to do is work the steps. And this guy knew if they didn't get me connected to God spiritually, there was some other men and women around me too. And they said, we got to get this connected. The next day we did a 3rd step prayer. They qualified me that night. The next day we went back over the qualification process to make sure I was in the right room. And then they asked me the question, you got a problem with God? Nope. You willing to have this God a part of your sobriety? Yep. Let's do a 3rd step prayer. Day 2, detoxing. Did a 3rd step prayer. Got up, they gave me a notebook after some lunch. It says, let's start working. You're going to go home, you're going to shake, rattle, and roll, you're going to feel like crap anyway. We'll see you at 6 o'clock back here tonight. It says, I'll be here. It says, while you're doing that, start making a list of the people you pissed at. Oh. Because that's what the book says. After the 3rd step prayer, we launched out on a course of vigorous action. And I started working on a 4th step. That's why 2 weeks later, I've got a completed 4th step ready to do a 5th step. Everybody says, oh, you can't do it that quick. Yes, you can. We're going to talk about that after lunch because it's not rocket science. We want you guys to finish this process, but if it's too damn complicated, you can't finish it. It's not therapy. I got a chance to do therapy in sobriety, and it was a golden experience. I worked through some major knots in my life with a good therapist that understood what God and the steps were all about. Y'all understand it? The obsession to use lifted quickly from me. Within 2 weeks, I'd had that spiritual experience, and the obsession was gone. It took me years to heal physically. There was medical stuff out the butt. I'm getting this last tooth back over here fixed. 20 years in, I'm still working on my poor teeth. Y'all understand? It's not an overnight matter. I didn't get perfect. Some of you that heard me 7 years ago couldn't sit in the room because I cussed so much. Today I don't. Still do it some. Today I don't. Okay. E for effort. It's a spiritual progress. It's a spiritual growth. But we've got to start hiding behind the little cliches in our fellowship. This is spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Because here's the bottom line. If the obsession doesn't go away, and I'm stuck with the wanting to drink, the wanting to use, if the depression stays on me, I will not stay sober. People come up after I talk about this stuff and well, Chris, some of us are going to get this and some of us are not. Not true. Everybody that does the work. I don't give a rat's butt what attitude you bring into it. If you can come into it and just say, okay, I'll do it. Argue with me all you want. Do it. The end result is you get taken to that position of neutrality, safe and protected. And you have your very own spiritual experience. Maybe like Bill Wilson's. Maybe of a very educational variety. I don't know. I hear that in treatment all the time. We're not all going to have spiritual experiences. No, you know the ones that don't, the ones that are going to die. Because everybody that survives this will do it because they have a spiritual experience. But it's going to be different for everybody. Everybody wants to put that educational variety out there. Hey, let me run this by you. How arrogant of me to say, one, that I know what kind of a spiritual experience I'm going to have. I get people in the treatment center all the time. I know I'm going to have the educational variety. You don't know nothing. You don't have a clue what you don't know. You don't know. 2 days ago you were smoking crack cocaine. Now you're in here telling me what kind of spiritual experience you're going to have. You don't even know. You don't even know what you're going to have for dinner tonight, by God. And now you want to tell me this. Why don't you just come at this with an open mind and know that there's a power out there that loves you and wants you sober. It's going to give you that spiritual experience. Because that's what it's about. I'm going to submit something else to you. A lot of you guys in this room have been sober a long time. And a lot of you guys are starting to experience what we call untreated drug addiction, untreated alcoholism. Again, it's coming back. I'm not drinking, and again, I see it around the fellowship lot. I'm not drinking and drugging, but I'm not happy anymore. I'm starting to be very affected by stuff that's happening around me. You'll follow? The book says, unable to control my emotional natures. And all of a sudden I'm flipping people off in a car, and they're like, whoa, wait, how spiritual was that? Oh, nice. It's like, little stuff that didn't used to bother me now starts to bother me. You with us? Treatment centers, they call it the dry drunk syndrome. You can call it what you want, but that's exactly what it is. Basically, we're in trouble again. It's called untreated alcoholism. We're getting sick again, guys. And that's why I'm saying we don't work the steps once and then forget it. We stay active in this fellowship and we stay active in the program. I'm going to say it again. You can't stay sober with an experience that you had 20 years ago. We had a great dinner last night with a committee. Wonderful meal, but I'm telling you, 2 days from now, I'm not getting any benefits from that meal. I needed something else in me now, That's what this prayer is about. When we talk about giving my bread, my daily bread, it's my daily infusion, my spiritual infusion. I can't live off the food I had last week. I can't live off a spiritual experience I had last week. Stop resting on your laurels. Stop assuming that it's as good as it's going to get. Well, how pathetic is that? Because my experience is it's not as good as it's going to get. It's going to get a hell of a lot. I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. Listen, if you want it as good as it gets, do this. Just sit. And it'll stay. Status quo. Nature abhors a vacuum. You'll stay. And then you'll start sliding. You're either growing or you're going, the old expression used to be. You with us? Guys, I get emails from all over the world, and they want to talk to me about this. He says, I don't understand. I'm sober 10 years. It used to be good. I'm married. Everything's great, but everything's driving me crazy now, and I'm not a happy camper. And what's up with this? Here it is. I think I need to see a doctor. Not knocking that. See a doctor. They're going to say you're suffering from depression. And while you're talking to them about that, he's going to look up over the little glasses and he's going to say, I bet you're having trouble sleeping too, aren't you? And you're going to go, Doctor, I shouldn't have put this off so long. You're right, I am. I'm having lots of trouble sleeping. Oh, yeah? Well, listen, this antidepressant I'm fixing to give you, I'm going to stick a big old barbiturate right on its ass to help you out. You'll sleep like a baby. And a month later, you're smoking cocaine. I don't know what happened. Sure you do. Listen. He can't say that. Some of us have to be on those medications. You're right. But if the answer to your problem wasn't medication before, what makes you think it's going to be the answer to your question now? We're all looking for the easier, softer way. Make sense? Nobody said the spiritual path was going to be easy. Spiritual path is rough. M. Scott Peck wrote some great stuff about the spiritual path. The Bible talks about it. The wide road, the narrow road, the wide gate. The world is full of, you want to get on, rock on. But the spiritual path is there's a narrow gate. You've got to do certain things to get on it. But once you get on it, you've got to continue to do some things to stay on it. And again, my sponsor says, I'll end with it, I smell more. And I smell more. Yeah, I want to be sober. I hear it in meetings all the time. Well, at least he's sober. Yeah, but he's cheating on his wife and his credit card debt's out the butt and he's not a happy camper. So just because he's not drinking and drugging, we've had a successful day today? I'm sorry. Doesn't sound too successful to me. I bought the whole package, not just to stay sober one stupid day at a time. I bought the whole package. I want to be happy, joyous, and free. In order to do that, we got to do certain things, which is work the 12 steps. Y'all cool with that? The people that are doing it are on their feet. It's like a revival over here. I don't know what you girls are doing over here, but you're either connected to God or you got something I want. They got some dope over here. You're either high on this thing and you understand and you're nodding your head, or you're sitting in this room grinding your teeth, pissed off because you feel like you've been left behind. And I'm telling you, you have been. Well, you have been. Some of us are just going to struggle more than others. I understand that. But some of you are struggling so hard. I mean, Jesus, you're not sharing any kind of benefit to the newcomer. You're not bearing witness to God's power. You've stopped doing your own work. You're not working a program. You're sitting here coasting on an experience you had years ago, and you wonder why you're miserable. The little skinny guy from Texas is just telling you. It's not personal. It's not personal. God's not punishing you. Y'all understand this? My spiritual connection, my spiritual happiness, my spiritual wellness is not connected in any way to my external world. And if it is, I'm not spiritually connected. And we got to all get straight on that. I sound like a Baptist preacher more than every day it just freaks me out. But that's what we do. We paint this picture with the newcomer. If everything goes good and she comes home and I get the job and everything's good, then I can be happy, joyous, and free. Talk to me when you're feeling lousy, when you're sick. Talk to me after the kid passes away. Let me catch you in that AA meeting, that CA meeting, making coffee 2 days after your divorce papers have been signed. And you'd like to be out there on the edge of a bridge jumping off. But you know what you're supposed to be doing and you're back in there bearing witness to God's power. Those are the people I want to pick up cards. You want to argue with me whether there's a God? Stay away from my cards. I don't want to talk to you. Loser. I want to talk to the cats that are experiencing life, that are going through the good times and the bad times and staying sober. That's what this program is about. I'm sick and tired of letting people water our fellowships down. This is a spiritual program of action. We should be singing it from the mountaintop. We're not jamming this down anybody's throat. You want what we got? Come get it. You don't? Go away. Y'all got any questions? That's a good place to stop right there.
Hi, Chris. My name's Sammy, member of the Unionville Group.
Welcome.
You were talking about people being on the pink cloud. A fellow of our group, he's been around for 5 months, and he's always talking about the pink cloud, pink cloud. Now, he knows the person that he wants to go ask to be a sponsor, and I've approached him and said, well, when are you going to start your steps? Well, I always, his comment was, I have things to do first. I'm going to go away. I'm going to da-da-da. I said, well, that's your cheap excuse. If you got to do it now. Well, how would you, or what would I say to that person? Get out and come back when you're ready, or?
Here, what a great, no. Sometimes the big book says we pause when agitated or doubtful. Sometimes I got to slow down a minute. I got to think about what I'm going to say. But I got to make sure that I end up saying something correct to this guy. I got to tell him the truth. So I say, okay, that's fine. And I leave. And then he's found dead in the subway a week later. And then I get to lay in bed at night and question whether I did what I was supposed to do. I can go up to the little guy and say, listen, this is our experience. The window of opportunity, this pink cloud that you're on, is real. Enjoy it. It will not last. And I don't know when the window's going to close. And it may be tomorrow, and it may be 3 weeks from now. You may have time to go on a vacation and start a new family before you do. We watch people in the fellowship do that. And it may close tomorrow. So the urgency is to finish the steps so that you can get on some solid ground. Now, if I've told him that, then I'll be sad when he dies, but at least I can have a clear conscience that I told him what it needed to be told. I'm not going to fight anybody. I'm going to say this often this afternoon. We have ceased fighting anything or anyone, including the mixed messages in our fellowships and the morons that perpetuate that stuff. But I have a right to tell somebody what they're doing. Make sense? It's like if a young woman there's some guy in the group that's a known predator and he won't leave her alone, and I have a right, I think, to go to. I shouldn't look at you. Obviously, a guy with a haircut like this is. I bet you the women drive you insane, don't they? Always hanging on you and stuff, clawing. If there's a predator there, and I think a right to at least point it out to and then go and move on. I don't have to fix it. You can't. I just say, this is what I'm observing. You're heading for trouble here, in my opinion, and move on. At least I've said what I need to say. Cool? It's a great question. Who else?
Rob M., addict. Hi, day 57. Day 56 was kind of rough. I'm back at work now, and I sort of felt my pink cloud lift. I'm glad you mentioned it doesn't have to go away. I was feeling very stressed. And I felt that spiritual awakening sort of leave. I tried to talk to God, and I didn't feel him answering. I just felt the stress and the tiredness. How do you deal with that?
You don't want this answer. Okay, but I'm going to... Prayer is good. Meditation is good. Working with another is better. The answer to any problem any of you guys are having out here is a little quiet time and then go work with somebody else. Go find you a drunk or a little drug addict to work with and you'll be energized. I don't know what it's about. You with us? I mean, I'm glad I got sleep last night because I won't get sleep tonight because the energy, just getting to spend time with you guys. And so what you're going through is this roller coaster stuff. We need to talk about that. Maybe this afternoon, right after, we'll talk about it. Because all of you guys in here with various lengths of sobriety are going through this roller coaster thing. How many of you guys are in here less than a year sober? We're going to talk about that this afternoon. Better than half this group is new sobriety, young sobriety. And we need to talk about that. Because a lot of...
The pink cloud doesn't have to go, though. Because I was scared of that.
No. It'll ebb and it'll flow. But if you want to keep it and you want to be on some solid ground, let's do the work necessary to stay there. This is for keeps, brother. This is for keeps. We all have bad days when we feel kind of goofy. But the good days better weigh out the bad days or you're going to go smoke crack. That's just all there is to it. Who else? Make a note.
Hi, I'm Corey. I'm alcoholic.
Hey, Corey.
And Chris, you're very opinionated, and I'm not knocking that because I really like that. I'm sorry, with George.
They got to get the deal.
Anyways, I'm very opinionated as well, and I'm wondering if you tone that down a bit for the newcomer because I've been told that I have problems with that.
We're going to talk about that specifically in the afternoon when we're talking about working with others. Guys, if y'all think that I'm going to go into an AA meeting and talk like I got 200 people in here, we're trying to keep your attention, and I'm 100 miles an hour, 50 gallons of coffee. When I'm sitting in an AA meeting or a CA meeting and I got a little newcomer in there, my deal is discernment. How can I best? That's the prayer to God. How can I best approach this little knucklehead? And I'm going to slide up to him and we're going to talk a little bit. And I'm going to see if I can get his attention and see if I can get him to relax a little bit. Because if I can get him to relax a little bit, you with me? I'm going to tell a few stories and he's going to tell a few stories. You'll see us laughing and it's like fishing and I'm going to set the dang hook and we're going to reel his little beggar in and this is going to be good. But you can't do it if you come at him and realize, you got to work those steps, nowhere in the book does it say do that. Follow the instructions in the book. It tells you exactly how to work with somebody else.
Hi. My problem is when I stand up and speak to somebody and I say I'm an addict, like I always say, I never came into the rooms because of alcohol. Like alcohol wasn't my problem. That's what I usually say. But somewhere, somebody's telling me, well, Stacey, you're an addict now. And the thing is, it wasn't the alcohol that brought me to my knees. So I'm having a problem there saying I'm an alcoholic. Like, why do I have to be an alcoholic? Why can't I just be an addict? It's just that I know what happened to me smoking crack.
Yes.
And the same thing didn't happen to me when I drank. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, but when I picked up the crack after all those years, the only thing I do understand is if I drink today, it will make my mind, alcohol will make me say, oh, Stacey, that's not too bad, like when I'm drunk. You know, but I never had the problem of alcohol. It didn't make me spend up all my money. It didn't make me not pay my rent. Didn't make me...
Y'all hear where she's at? Let's bless you. Let's say, guys, in treatment, what we tell them is a drug is a drug is a drug. It's all the same thing. And we got to go back and say it's not. You can be a drug addict who's powerless over alcohol. It doesn't mean you're an alcoholic. It just means that the stuff will trigger that area of the brain. I never had any problem with codeine, but when I use codeine, it makes me want to go do crazy stuff with cocaine. You follow? So if we have to start making this long laundry list of individual things we were addicted to, we're not addicted to, but you find your little niche. That's why we loved Cocaine Anonymous in 1982 when the cats from California decided that we needed a little nest for little dope fiends to light and talk and share. You guys are coming in Alcoholics Anonymous and you're talking about cocaine and the cats can't relate. And nor should you. They're asking you to leave the meeting because you won't shut up about shooting methamphetamine. But the traditions in AA say that you can't do that. It's singleness of purpose. So we started other fellowships that you could go to and talk about that. And that's what I'm saying. God's going to use you to help somebody with the problem that you understand. I don't want you sitting in a Cocaine Anonymous meeting trying to share with somebody that's a heroin addict if you're not a heroin addict. If you're not a heroin addict, shut up. No, the absolute arrogance of you to think that you can help somebody when you have no experience with that. It's like guys talking to women that have been molested. You ever been molested? No? Then shut up. You have nothing to share. The problem is that in our fellowships is that we believe that because I'm an alcoholic and an addict, you with me? I can help everybody with everything. We instantly become Mr. Answer Man. You know, we watch this all the time. It's like you're suffering from PTSD and I'm going to sit in there and tell you, buddy, you just need to spend a little more time with God in the morning. Why don't you shut the F up? You're going to kill this person. It's like people telling people they don't need to take antidepressants. Oh, excuse me? Did you go back to school and get your doctorate? No? Then shut up! You got no right to talk to people about that stuff. You think obviously it's a soapbox of mine. We got people talking about stuff that they don't know nothing about. And that's like I'm saying. Let me ask you a question. We're going to talk about it again later this afternoon, but why do you think God let us survive? And some of us didn't survive. But we got to survive. And now I'm going to come back in the rooms, and He gave me everything I need to touch other people's lives. All I can share is my experience. You with me? You want to talk about childbirth or kids or something? Don't come talk to me, because I don't know nothing about it. Nor, do I want to. Y'all... You follow me? But you can explain to somebody. All you got to do is suit up and show up and be in the right place, and God will use you. I'm a drug addict. Honor it and you get on down the road. When I'm in a CA meeting, I don't introduce myself as an alcoholic and an addict. This ANDA stuff drives me crazy. What kicked your ass? Cocaine. You're a cocaine addict. Introduce yourself with that and get on down the road. You've got a world of people to help with that one addiction. And that's the problem. You know, stop trying to fix everybody. You can't. You've got no experience with being addicted to alcohol. Don't try to help people that are addicted to alcohol. That's just respect, baby. That's just respect is all that is. Talking about something you don't know nothing about.
Hi. I get a little confused with the fellowships with clean time and who can share and who doesn't share, and they get judged on your clean time, whether you're qualified to share, whether or not your words are worth being heard, or when you're hearing somebody who's not where they are and shutting down. How wrong and right is that, and where should you be sitting, or is it all just a personal opinion?
I like this girl, straight and to the point. You know, that's just clear. We're going to talk more about that again in this working with others in this last part when we're talking this later this afternoon. To sum it up, exactly what we were talking to Sister about. Exactly the same kind of deal. You have a right in this fellowship at one day sober to talk about something you have experience with. If you have no experience, shut up. If you're at my noon meeting and we're talking about the 4-step and you just got here and you don't know how to do the 4-step, you haven't done a 4-step, you have no right to share anything. Shut up. And somebody that has some cojones, the chairperson probably, I don't know what girls have, guys have cojones. I don't know. Somebody should say very, very, very quietly and gently, excuse me, have you done a 4-step? Then We'll get with you right after the meeting. And then we're going to go on. Excuse me, John, would you like to share about the 4-step? And then we move on. Because nobody should have to sit there through this excruciating experience of listening to you stumble around a 4-step when you haven't had any experience with it. We need to share what we know, guys, not what we think, what we know. If you want to talk about what you think, go find a therapist. Or come before the meeting or after the meeting. Let's go to Timmy's and let's talk nonstop about it. But right now, let's talk about what we know. We got one more and then we got to go to dinner.
As a sponsor, do I have a responsibility to teach the new persons 12 steps and the 12 traditions as well?
Yeah. We're going to hit it hard this afternoon. A sponsor's job is to do this. To get them connected spiritually and tell them about the program. Tell them about the fellowship. Tell them what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. Past that, you don't have any responsibility whatsoever. Who they date, what they date, how they dress, where they go, none of your damn business. We're killing people with too much of that nonsense. And we're wearing ourselves out talking about stuff we don't know nothing about. I mean, the last hour ought to be a bloodbath in here, so y'all come for that one. That'll be good. After lunch.
My name is Layla. I'm a recovered cocaine addict. Welcome back to the special meeting group of Cocaine Anonymous. We're moving on now to our third segment, which are going to be about steps 4 and 5. I'm just going to read a really quick blurb. It's like summing up what Chris was talking about, the open-mindedness to a power greater than ourselves and making the decision in the third step. So when they're talking about here, though our decision, what decision? The decision in the third step. So they're saying that it's a crucial and vital step. It can have little permanent effect. This is on page 64. We're about to launch into a step 4. It can have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. Our liquor or our cocaine or our crack, whatever, fill in the blank. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions. Therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. It goes on to talk about we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. So to talk about those manifestations and the solution to them, please help me again to welcome Chris R.
Thanks. Look, some people actually came back. This is good. You can tell the little thumpers. A couple of things to say real quick. My name's Chris Raymer. I'm a recovered drug addict. I'm looking for a word. I sucked at charades too. I mean, I can't. Sometimes, because I get feedback from a lot of you guys, and I get feedback through emails and phone calls and internet, nice long letters and blah blah blah. But sometimes we get this idea that my place in life is to come into a room and stir up a bunch of controversy and piss a bunch of people off and be a henchman. And well, that is so not what I want to do. I know I have done that in the past. I know just like some of y'all have done that in the past. But we're going to talk about some stuff this afternoon that a lot of people hold near and dear. One of the things we'll talk about in the next hour is working with others and trying to help other alcoholics and drug addicts get on this spiritual path. And I know some of you guys are so. My sponsor says this. Well, rock on. I'm not going to sit up here and argue with your sponsor. Right? My counselor said this. Rock on. I'm sure, I don't think in 7 years of Alcoholics Anonymous, in and out, when I was trying to get sober, I don't think any one of those people ever tried to hurt me. I've been in therapy for 10 years, and before I got sober, and I don't think anybody ever intentionally tried to hurt me. Make sense? Every hospital I ever went to had my best interest at heart, and I'm not going to take away from any of that. I'm just saying that some of us in this room need to start unlearning some things. The question that my sponsor asked, and I've heard several of y'all mention it here, is, let me ask you the question, how's it working for you? Because if it's working for you, just ignore what the little one-eyed guy is saying up there on the podium. Don't worry about that. I mean, if you're happy, joyous, and free, and you're kicking butt, and you've never worked the 12 steps, man, I said it when we started this. I'm not here to argue with anything around that line. You go ahead. My heart goes out to the people that have been dry for a period of time in the fellowship. They're bone powder dry. They're 4 years sober, and they're talking to me about suicide. Now, something's wrong here, guys. Something's not right. And that's my heart goes out to them. What they're dealing with is not clinical depression. What they're dealing with is untreated alcoholism, untreated drug addiction. And I got to say this again and we can move on. Nowhere in the book does it say that going to meetings will treat alcoholism or drug addiction. Going to meetings is not going to do it. And I know some of you guys, the little cat earlier, well, I know, you're saying some opinionated things and you're saying something. Listen, I'm coming straight out of the big book. With the exception of me taking inner group's inventory, I am not sharing any opinions with you. I'm sharing what the book tries to tell us. And the fact that some of you haven't read the book is not my problem. I don't know what to tell you. Having said that, we're fixing to talk about 4-step, where you could put my name in the first column. Because I don't want to. Because I love you, and the last thing I want to do is make anybody uncomfortable. I'm just saying, you can do this, okay, but just this idea that the thought that you can come into Alcoholics Anonymous or Cocaine Anonymous, any of the 12-step fellowships, and do it any way you want is ludicrous. You follow? I mean, I think the steps are so open and roomy, it's not even funny. I got to say this right off going in the door. I think the steps are a lot more lenient than a lot of y'all give it credit with. I mean, I don't care if you stand up and do a 3rd-step prayer or get on your knees and do a 3rd-step prayer. Y'all follow? It's just you're splitting hairs. What the book gets critical about is, one, let's make sure that the newcomer understands what the problem is. There's 100 pages that outline the 12 steps in the big book. 100 pages. 60 of those pages are about the first step. Bill Wilson was pretty clear. You get some bozo coming in, just coming off a big old drunk. Oh, I know I'm an alcoholic. You don't any more know than the man in the moon. You know you've got a problem with alcohol. You with us? Back in the back of the book, Dr. Bob's, there's a line in there that says he had much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, but he didn't really understand fully what it meant to be an alcoholic. And this is the co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. Everybody, we can get detox coming in our hospital. We can ask them, oh, I'm an alcoholic. I'm a dope fiend. Until about 4 or 5 days later when their ego starts to rebuild. And now you can't get their nose that far away from that girl's, you with us? I mean, it's just like all of a sudden they're waking up and they're not showing up to group on time. They're not doing anything. Why? Because I said, well, I thought you said you knew about alcoholism and drug addiction. That you were one of us. You follow? Once you have a 1st-step experience and you know nothing's going to get in the way with you in recovery. Y'all understand that? Nice little housewife, and she's there and she's fixing to go to a meeting, right? She's got a sponsor she's going to go work with, and the husband looks over and says, I don't think you need to go to the meeting tonight. I think you need to spend a little time with me and the kids. And she looks at the husband, tells him to kiss her butt, and she gets her book and she goes to a meeting. That's a woman that's had a 1st-step experience. Y'all follow? If she's doing that every day, now we got a problem. Because now she's ignoring the family in place of the meeting. Our fellowship was never intended to pull you away from life. It was intended to allow you to re-enter the mainstream of life and go out there and kick butt. If you've got to go to a meeting every day to stay sober, you're not recovered. If you want to go because you want to go, that's your right. Make sense? But if we're painting a picture that you got, The problem, we were talking at lunch, the problem is that we end up picking a lot of people too green. Y'all know that expression? We get you before you're ready. We start jamming this down your throat when you're not ready. And that's why we have such few people stay sober and our success rates are through the toilet, is because we have too much going on with that. If you're not ready, we're going to be here when you are ready. Rock on. But I'm not going to waste my time talking to somebody that just wants to argue with me 24/7. And this last hour, we're going to talk about working with others, and that's what we're going to speak about. I'm just saying this again. I just want to apologize if I've stepped on anybody. If sitting in these rooms without a spiritual contact and you're managing to stay sober, I'm just saying it again. You are so welcome in our fellowship. Thank you for coming. Please don't share your experience with any newcomers, because you may kill the real cocaine addict sitting next to you. And it's not your right to do that. Make sense? The good thing is this, you don't have to do it my way. I guarantee you. I've said it from a million podiums. We don't need any more Chris Rammers. We got one, thank you, that's enough. Now let's move on. We need you and who you are, because God is just like we were talking to earlier. God's going to use every single one of you in His, her, its way. However you're supposed to be used, you're going to be used. If you suit up and show up, that's what's going to take place. So the problem is we just got to get you in the trench doing it. One of the problems that we have, I think I need to make myself clear on this, because we're fixing to talk about fourth step, and there's nothing that'll raise more controversy than that, because everybody seems to have their own way. I've got dozens. I bet I've got 40 fourth step packets in my office at work. Everybody seems to have another way. Hazelton had their way, and we had our way at the hospital for a while, and AA does it. Of course, the NA guys, oh Jesus, they've got a whole book. You know, we got a 90-page guide on my desk right now. Somebody gave me for a fourth. Can you just imagine coming back in here? You still smell like a damn crack pipe, and somebody says, "Come on, let's talk about this fourth step business." And they drop a 90-page full clump down on the front of you. Oh my gosh. I'm having trouble remembering to unzip my pants when I go to the bathroom. Y'all understand this? And you want me to filter through a 90-page packet? Oh my, guys, it's not that complicated. If Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob talked about working the steps at a real fast clip, then why is it that we've taken these very simple steps and turned it into what we've turned it into, which is a very confusing thing? I don't know how to explain it. A fourth step and a fifth step is an inventory. It's a fact-finding mission. We just read it. It is not therapy. It is not a journey through your past. I know what the book talks about. I know where it's going. But if you'll read it, not take it out of context, it's talking about looking for some facts about myself. I don't need to know every detail about your life in order to find these facts out. You follow? And what happens is we murky up the water to such a point that we can't see the facts we're supposed to be looking for because we're too busy going through the drama. The book says we launched out a course of vigorous action. What we're trying to do is look for the areas of my life that I'm off in. Where have I been dishonest? Where have I been fearful? And where have I been selfish to the core? Because that's the stuff that's blocking me. And that's all we're looking at. I'm going to say this, and I don't want to offend anybody, but understand me clearly. This fifth step thing is not confession. I know you think it is. It's not. It's a part of it. Y'all understand this? This is a part of it. We need to share with somebody our darkest secrets. I'm with that. But guys, if confession was all we had to do, why do we have so many Catholics loaded? No, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the Catholics. I'm saying we get their priests in our treatment center all the time. Not knocking that. They have a disease just like us. But just talking to somebody about the crazy stuff we did under the influence of alcohol and drugs is not what this is about. If I'm doing a fourth and fifth step the way it's supposed to be done, and you've done a fourth and fifth step the way you're supposed to do it, you with me? You've written a fourth step. I can sit down and listen to your fifth step and never blanch. Because we ain't talking about sex. We're talking about the stuff in here where we were dishonest and selfish. How did I treat the opposite sex? With disrespect. I don't have to go into 1,000 details about that. Disrespect is disrespect. Y'all understand where we're at? I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm saying we could do that. This idea that this is all of this is confession has got to be smashed because we're not getting down to the cause of the problem. And this is what we're going to do. I'll show you. If we had a board, we could write on it. But if any of you guys want me to send you, it's a straight little diagram straight out of the big book is the way we do a fourth and fifth step business. A guy comes to me and wants me to sponsor him. I'm going to sit down and we're going to get him through this first 3 steps. We'll do a third step prayer. And then it says next we launched out. That means we're going to get up and I'm going to do the same thing those guys did to me. With some discernment, one more time. If the little guy's detoxing like a big dog, I'm going to be careful how much I drop on him. But if he's past the detox, and usually the guys I get are detoxed. You with us? They're past that. But they're coming apart at the seams. And so what I'm going to do is I got a little notebook and I'm going to show them we're going to get started immediately on doing this. When he asks me to do this and I give him the information, I'm going to immediately look at my date planner and I'm going to set up, I can show you my code in the book, and I'm going to set up a day to do our 5th step. Right then and there. Well, I don't know when I'm going to have time to do the 5th step. Then I can't help you. Because I know when I got time to listen to your crap. And I have to schedule that in. Y'all follow? I'm not going to be there at your beck and call when you finally get around to doing this thing. It means I'm going to give you 2 weeks to do it. 2 weeks. If it takes you longer than 2 weeks to do an inventory, you are pissing in the wind. You are making a big deal out of nothing. And I will argue with anybody about this. Man, I watch these people at this group and they come and they pick up these big notebooks and I'm going to go work. What are you working on? The All-American Novel? Or you think you're Satan or what? You're going to draw all this stuff down? How many people do you hate? We're sitting in these meetings. I'm working on a 4-step. I'm working on a 4-step. I finally went over there last night, the night before last, before I got on the plane. I said, buddy, listen, I'm sick and tired. You've been working on a 4-step for 6 months now. I know, but I'm working on it. Just let me submit something to you. One, you're not working on it. You're talking about it, but you're not doing jack. You probably haven't picked the paper up in weeks to do it. Let me ask you the question. What is it about this thing that you think you got time, you got 6 months to mess with this? What part of the 1st step didn't you understand? What part of the 2nd and 3rd step in that window of opportunity didn't you get? Because when the obsession comes back, brother, I'm telling you, you're going to get loaded. And the book is quite clear. Quite clear. If you don't finish this house cleaning, you're going to get loaded. So why are you messing with it? Obviously, you don't think you're one of us. And then we have the conversation. It's not a conversation. I'm talking. You got 2 days to finish it or I'm done messing with you. Because I ain't messing with somebody that ain't going to play this game. Y'all follow? Let's get this done. I'm working on a 4-step. I'm working on a 4-step. Here's how you do it. You say, God, show me the people I'm pissed at. Thank you. And then you start writing. And when the names stop, God, show me the institutions and the principles I'm pissed at. IRS, government. You with me? They stop. Thank you. Second column. Guys, if you're given a couple of days to think about this, rock on. If you have to think more than that, I'm going to put something on a 4-step of a name of a guy that I haven't even thought of in 20 years. What are we doing? Why are you writing about somebody that you haven't even thought of in 20 years? This person's not bothering you. Do you not like him? No, I don't like him, but he hasn't been in my mind in 20 years. Then move on. We want to get down to the big ones, guys. What are you waking up in the morning grinding your teeth about? Because that's what I want to know about. That's what's blocking you, not this guy that you get. Here, listen, you go to see this room. That's not true. That's not what my counselor said. I don't care what your counselor said. We're not going back. This is not retrogressive therapy here where we're going to go back to the day you're back in your mother's womb now. Now come out and now. No. We're not going to play that. We're not trained to do that. We don't want to play that game. Who's pissing you off? Guy comes up with 15 names. Good. You ready? Let's go. Let's get this thing finished. Oh, my counselor said if I didn't have at least 200 names on my inventory, I wasn't doing a thorough inventory. Your counselor's full of it. This is ridiculous. You don't know me. Some of you guys in this room learned to deal with resentment better than others. Some of you may have 200. Some of you may have 1,000. Some of you may have 20. Who cares? If you deal with it, you've done a good job. Ain't that true? The man that's got the most resentments down, guys, is not the guy that's doing the best 4-step. The problem is that we did a 4-step incorrectly. The problem is that we didn't do it at all. Make sense? If I got a guy that's struggling, I want him to do this 4-step and I want to get this stuff out in a 5th step and let's get on down the road with this process. Don't want him to take his time. Yeah, like I said, he ain't writing a novel here. I'd rather see him get 20 of the big ones out and we can deal with it. Look at the character defects, start making amends and get on down the road, then allow him to sit in his own juices for 6 months while he does this. You follow? I was at a deal over in Tacoma not long ago, and there was this old geezer named Bill. He's since passed away, but he was a hoot. He was an old street little urchin from Los Angeles, and he came back up to Seattle to get sober, and he was in a logging deal, and his sponsor comes up. He's 3 days sober, right? He's come in, he's got 3 days sober, and his old sponsor comes up in the logging clearing there, and he comes up to his truck and gives him a notebook and says, "Here, I want you to start working on your 4th step." And he says, "Start writing the people down you hate." And the guy put it back in his car, and he split. And it's like, and I'm sitting there going, and the room is like this. There's at least this many people in there. It's in a wonderful Indian lodge there in Yakima, Washington, and everybody's laughing. It says, "Oh, that's the funniest thing I ever heard. This guy's 3 days sober. This guy's," because I'm looking at the little thumpers, and we're saying, like, what the hell's the joke? The joke is the cat that thinks he's got time to mess with this. This is fact-finding stuff. Why is it that I keep doing the same crap over and over? Same stupid jobs, same stupid women, same stupid circumstances over and over and over. If you would look at the inventory, you could see some truth and then stop doing that stuff. I'm fixing to go to God in 6 and 7 and ask Him to remove character defects, but I don't know what these character defects are. I got to go make a whole bunch of amends to people that I've harmed, but I'm not really sure exactly how I harmed them, but I know I did, but I'm not going to find out unless I do this inventory. So everything's backed up in this log jam of a 4th step. And everybody wants us to take our time. Remember, we're having a spiritual experience as a result of the steps. No ifs, ands, buts. So let's get it done. I make a list of the people I'm pissed at, and I make my columns. You can do a 3-column inventory. You can do a combined 4-column inventory. You can do an expanded 8 inventory column inventory. I don't give a rat's butt how you do it. I don't, just do it. Y'all understand? It's like, it's open and roomy. The steps are quite forgiving. Stop worrying about the minutia of this. Just do it. I wish I'd come up with this. Nike beat me to the punch for about, it's just like we could have been rich with this thing, I guarantee you. In AA, but that's what we need to do. Get off your butt, start doing the work. Stop talking about it and do it. Make a list. 1st column, who it is. 2nd column, why are you pissed at these people? Institutions and principles. I'm a big CNN junkie. I have an opinion on everything out there. Political, oh my gosh, I'm out there. I mean, I can just get ravenous about this. You with us? And the right to lifers and the anabulin, and I'm in the middle of it. And it blocks me from the sunlight of the Spirit. And so, I mean, these are principles and institutions that we have to write down. You with me? The simple idea that a man can tell a woman what to do with her body just freaks me out. The fact that any woman on earth would ever allow it to be that way freaks me out even more. I'm glad I shared that with y'all. I'll get the emails around that one. Oh, but God. I put the person's name first, second, why I'm pissed at this person. We want to try to be very specific in the 2nd column. You guys avoid generality. She was never there for me. That's a lie, and you're new. And if you lie in the 2nd column, you're going to be off the page in the last column. Dig? So let's get specific. Often when I needed her, she wasn't there. You with us? Get specific. Don't lie about this. This is an inventory. I got to get specific in the 2nd column. 3rd column, how it affected me. There's 7 areas in there, guys, on the pages. You can look on the bottoms. I'll show you. There's 7 areas. Where did this affect my sex relations, my personal relations, my pride, my self-esteem, my ambition? Y'all with us? All of y'all know this stuff, but we can show you later on paper. But you go in there, and those are the areas in the 4th column. This is in the 3rd column. Excuse me. This is a numbers game we're going to go back to. How did this little resentment affect so many areas of my life? And now I've got a bunch of resentments, and now I start to see that, gee whiz, I really have been a prisoner. The people in my life are controlling me. This person's been dead for 20 years, and they are still pulling my chains. And then we got to stop this. You with us? Once I can see it, though, I can get past it. 4th column is the toughest piece. 4th column, I get to look at my part, my end of this thing. Now, if I'm working with Kate and she's a little fried and she can't get this all lined out, then I can help her in this 4th column piece. Because this is where we start looking at our stuff. But I want to at least make sure that they do the first few columns themselves. You with us? And none of this stuff, well, I don't know how to do this. It's just real simple. You're going to do this inventory. And then you get to the 4th, I'm going to help you see your part. Everything you cats are cranky about, you play a part in. I didn't say you caused it. I didn't say you... If I can see that I played this big of a part, I can get free. If I'm coming at you as I didn't have anything to do with this, You will never get free of that resentment. You will remain a victim. And I got to tell you something, guys. Victims do not stay sober. You hear me well. People that were victimized get sober every day. Y'all understand the difference? Guys, we've all been victims in this room. We've all been victimized. We've all been hurt. Don't hear me say that that's not the case. It's the case. The part that's killing us is that we're hanging on to this stuff like this is who we are. And this is not who we are. The problem with some of you guys in here, it was for me, is that we begin to believe that, how can I... Guys, I ate out of dumpsters in Houston, Texas and did some stupid stuff, but that's not who I am. That's just crap I did in my disease. That's not who I am. I'm becoming gradually the person that God wanted me to be in sobriety. But if we continue to hang on to the bad stuff, you with us? We're not going to ever get past it. And if you can't get past it, buddies, two things are going to happen. One, I say it again, you can't stay sober. And two, you can't turn around and help somebody else. I still think today that's why God let some of us go through such horrible things, is so that we can turn around and help somebody else get through the same crap. Gee whiz, if we hadn't survived it, got to the other side, share your experience, not your knowledge. So I think that's why we survived it. Now we can turn around and carry the message back. But if you're still playing a victim to something that happened to you 30 years ago, you can't help anybody. You're just as sick as the new person coming in the door. Make sense? It's your right to stay there. Such a waste. Such a waste. Can you hear it? Well, I was molested. I suppose that's my fault too. The fact you're still chewing on it is your part. I've only been angry enough to fight once in my 20 years of sobriety, and it was around this topic right here. Some smug, sanctimonious knucklehead who wanted to hang on to the past so tightly it hurt. And they got offended with me because I suggested that possibly they could get past it. If you want to carry that kind of baggage around by yourself the rest of your life, rock on. But I happen to know thousands of men and women in this fellowship who have gotten through to the other side that will be glad to help you carry the load. We're not saying it didn't happen. We're not saying it didn't affect you. We're saying stop making it yours. And let's move on. Again, guys, if you can see your little part in this. I'm mad at my boss. Why? He fired me. Third column. Sucks everything. All 7 areas. Sex, anything. Sex and checks, guys. Let's cut to the chase. That's what... everything affects the pocketbook or the pee-pee. One or the other. And that's it. And then we look at the fourth column. What was my part in the deal? My part in the deal? Well, I didn't show up on time. Well, had he told you before that he... Yes. Did you know you were supposed to be... Yes. And he fired you? Yeah. And now you're... Oh, I see my part. Yeah. Well, I guess he didn't fire me. I guess I just asked to be fired. Well, now you're getting it. Let's, you with us? Move on to the next one. The next one. You follow? This is how we do it, guys. Nothing takes precedence. The molestation is not talked about any more than the guy being fired. Next. See your part? Next. See your part? When that? 7 years old when that happened. You're 57. You carried that long by yourself? 50 years? You see that? I shouldn't have. Did you talk about it? No. That's your part, little brother. That's the dishonesty around this. That's the selfish self-centeredness. This, bless your heart. You didn't, come on, buddy. I got you. I see that. You with us? Next. We go on to the next one, the next one, the next one. If you need therapy around this stuff, let's get you a good therapist and let's continue to talk about it. But you can't do that in this, because that's not what this format's about. This format is not therapy. It's an inventory. You with me? This guy's dumping it. I finished with him in the resentment inventory. Then we're going to do a little 2-column fear inventory. I got another deal. I've got 8-column fear inventory. Now, I don't understand it. The book asked me to answer 2 questions. What's the fear? Why do you think you got it? You want to just write about it, go ahead. But what's the point? Book sums it up. Isn't it because self-reliance failed us? I'm fearful because I think I'm going to have all the answers and do everything. And buddies, when I stop doing that, I stop being so damned afraid. Is God in charge or not? Well, yeah. Then what do we got going here? I'm going to suit up and show up with some new power. I'm going to walk through this thing called life. I'm going to kick some butt and take some names. And whatever comes at me, I'm going to be able to handle with grace and dignity and come out the other side. Doesn't mean that everything's going to go my way and perfect. It means that I'm going to be able to deal with it when it happens. And I get to see a sheer numbers game in the 4th column, in the fear inventory. I get to see how many areas of my life I'm afraid of. My sponsor, when I first started working with Mark, he said, I want you to write a fear inventory. I says, I ain't afraid of nothing. You know how that does with the guys that we've done. And I looked up, I said, what? He said, I know. He says, why don't you just start writing? He said, are you afraid of getting AIDS? I said, whoa, geez, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that one. How about your folks dying? Well, yeah, I guess I am afraid about that. How about going broke? Well, shoot, yeah, I guess about that. He said, shoot, geez, how about women? Oh, that's a cheap shot. Okay. I said, yeah, okay. And I wrote the thing down like that. He says, why don't you just make another list? Forget that list. Why don't you make a thing of that you're not afraid of? It'll be a much shorter list and like that. Little bunny rabbits? Okay, I can put that down. He was being facetious and a little bit of a smart ass when he was saying that, but y'all understand where he's at. I'm riddled with fear. I wake up in the morning and there it is standing at the end of my bed. Fear. And it's going to drive me all day long. I can't live like that, folks. You can't be happy, joyous, and free and be full of fear on a constant basis. You just can't. I sit down and do my fear inventory and then I do my sex inventory. The sex inventory asks no details about any kind of sexual stuff. It asks me some specific questions with the opposite sex. Where have I unjustifiably aroused jealousy, suspicion, and bitterness? There's 9 areas in there. What should I have done instead? It's asking me specifically, how did I treat the opposite sex? You with me? I have to still do, when I do a 4-step again, I have to do a sex inventory. Well, you're married. I know, and may not even get sex then. I understand that. But I still have a flirtatious relationship with people. I still can have to pay attention to what I say and how I say it. Am I being too abrasive? I have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Make sense? I'm looking at my behavior towards the opposite sex. And I jot that down. And then we whisk off, get with my sponsor, you with us? And we dump this crap. Quick, fast. I'm not even going to ask how many of you guys spent 8 hours doing a 4-step. I know that was the most meaningful 8 hours of my life. Trust me, I was suicidal listening to it. You give me 2 hours with you, and I can guarantee you I can find you some truth that you can sink your teeth into. And I don't need 8 hours of listening to you go on and on. Guys, this is what we expect it to happen, and this is why we have so many people. Can you hear my 5th step? No. Because in my mind I says, I don't have the time to do it. But it shouldn't be that way. Who's in charge? The sober alcoholic. And I'm going to regulate this thing. This is not a dumping ground. We're not going to sit there and just let you ramble until you get tired of rambling. Oh, I had to do it in 3 sessions. What? It just takes the breath away. No wonder nobody wants to sponsor anybody. Make sense? Gotta go quick. We're going to sit down. While you're giving me this information, I'm paying attention, because once you see your truth in the 4th column, in the resentment inventory, we're moving on to the next. We're not going to talk about it. You follow? If you're having a little trouble, I'll share a little bit with you. I'll get you off dead center, and we're going to keep this thing moving. I got a piece of paper outlined, and what we're going to do on this piece of paper is I've got one side for character defects, because we're going to need it in an hour. I'm going to make a list of the character defects that I hear coming up. If you're judging somebody, and who in the heck of us haven't been judging somebody in this 4-step? You know what I mean? I hate his guts. Oh, you're judging this guy a little bit, aren't you? And I said, yeah, you're being selfish. Selfish and self-centeredness is the root of the problem, so you can just write selfish down. So I'm going to list these character defects: judgmental, full of fear. I'm going to list this stuff down on the side. On the right-hand side, I'm going to make a list of the people that I hear you talking about that I think that you might owe amends to. I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying that you might owe amends to. Y'all follow? Y'all cool with that? We're going to do the 3 inventories. You're going to tell me all this. I'm going to hug your neck. We usually read the little 5th-step promises on page 75. Then I'm going to give you directions on 6 and 7. We're going to get quiet for an hour. We're going to go back through the first proposals. Do I really believe I'm a cocaine addict? Do I really believe I'm a drunk? Do I really believe this stuff? Or is this just shtick I'm jumping through hoops about? Do I believe there's a God out there that gives a rat's butt about me? I'm going to go through the first proposals, the first 3 steps. Have I been thorough in this 4th column? This 4-step business, or have I left out a little something, what I did out there under the influence that I'm not talking to anybody about, that I shouldn't have to talk about if I wasn't so embarrassed about it, but the fact that I'm so embarrassed about it means I need to talk about it. Y'all follow? It's just like standard operation procedure up to this point, but now because I'm guarding it, I need to talk to somebody about it. Have I left anything off? And I'm going to ask the cat right now, own it. Own it. Let's talk about it. Because I'm going to tell you something, folks. This is private and confidential stuff, and we ain't going to the law about anything on this. This stuff about sponsorship and about hearing a 5th step is absolutely sanctified as far as I'm concerned. It's no different than priest in this. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm going to tell you this: I'm not your judge. I got no right to judge any human on this earth. I hear people all the time talking about this business. Constant conversation in the fellowships about justice. Well, I don't think that's right. Well, I don't think that should have. Listen, folks, this program is entirely about one thing and one thing only, and that's mercy. Mercy. But isn't that the truth? Okay. And I'm going to sit here and judge you for something you did? God, geez, guys, I should have been in prison for the crap I did. Would have been if I'd gotten caught. No. I answer to one being. That's God. God can judge me any way He wants. But you don't have any right to judge me, and I don't have any right to judge you. I'm here as an instrument, and I'm allowing you to tell another human being and get this stuff past your lips so that you can own it. It's the secrets that are killing us, buddies. It's this stuff in the quiet of night that is rattling around in our head, and you think you'll never get past it. You won't if you leave it there. But if you start talking to people, I'm an open book. There was a day I would not have told you about any of my past because I was so afraid of what you thought about me as a person. I'm going to say to this today, I'll tell you about anything. There's stuff I won't talk about from the podium because it's not appropriate. But one-on-one, if you want to talk to me about some stuff, I'd be glad to talk to you about it. And what I did around it. Thank God. And that's what the men in this fellowship have done for me. That's what the women in this fellowship have done for me. You got a safe place to come talk about your stuff and let's move on. Make sense? The guy says, okay, well, there was this little furry animal one time and we go, oh, no kidding. And so we get this little piece out and then we move on down the road. Dig? He's going to get quiet for an hour. He's going to go off by himself. Sometimes I stay with him. Sometimes I don't. But either way, we're going to double check on this. You're going to get quiet for an hour. You're going to go back over these proposals. And here's what you're going to do. You're going to open the book to 76 and you're going to do the 7th-step prayer. Dumb? Dig? Guys, it's 2 paragraphs. We're going to ask God to remove the character defects that stand in the way of my usefulness to others. Part of my smoking was around that. Part of my lying to you guys about my exercise program was that. Character defects. Part of my cussing from the podium was left. Y'all follow? The stuff that stands in the way of my usefulness. Some of you in this room have known me for years. Mike known me for years. A bunch of y'all, and there's a handful of you that I've known since the first trip to Toronto. And you know because you've eaten dinner with me and tried to have a conversation how shy I am. I'm not here. Over here, I don't have a lot to say. I'm tongue-tied. I just don't. This shyness almost killed me. This shyness was the stuff that was getting in the way. And I had to go to God in 6 and 7. I couldn't sit at the table with you guys in meetings. You with us? And if you asked me could you read how it works? No. And I had to get up and leave because I was too self-conscious about what was going on. And I had to go to God in 6 and 7 and ask God to remove these character defects. You with me? I've asked God to make me a softer, gentler person. And in certain areas, He's been able to do that. I've been able to approach more people. In some areas, He hasn't. I'm still an asshole. So, I don't know what to tell you. Yes. But some of you guys need that. Some of you guys need just the straight in your face to get it. And I think God uses me sometimes to do that. Y'all follow? God's going to remove the character defects that God wants removed. You're not going to go, poof, be this perfect person. But you're going to pay attention to these character defects and you're going to look at them and you're going to go to God and you're going to ask God to remove these character defects. And what needs to be removed from me, maybe not be removed from you. You follow? That's why I don't want this idea of this sanctimonious, because we're recovered, we don't do any of this other. I had a guy bust my chops because he heard me say on a CD one time that I go to Vegas. I love to play the slots. We take $200, we piss it away in the slots, Patty and I. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. It is so much fun for us. We've never had a problem gambling. You follow? Well, that doesn't sound like recovery to me. Screw you. Don't come. You don't have to come with us. I don't know what to tell you. We get quiet. We get on our knees. We do a 7-step prayer. We're done. Say this and wrap this up for the next session. Guys, it's so funny to watch so many. I'm working on 6 and 7. I was just asked to share a podium with a guy that does a 7-step deal, and he does the 6 and 7. He spends a weekend, all Friday night, all day Saturday, and Sunday morning doing 6 and 7. It's like it's 2 paragraphs. I don't understand. Y'all understand? Let's get this done. This is not an obstacle course. It's not something that we have to work on. Who does it say is going to remove the character defects? God's going to remove the character defects. All I got to do is ask Him. Now let's move on. Because the more important evidence, the book says, is making these amends, which comes up next. Y'all with us on that one? It'll be fun. We're going to touch on those amends and we're going to hit real hard in the next one. We're going to talk about working with others. So y'all come back. How long are we going to... You want a question? Yeah. Question and answers.
Hi, Rob M. Addict. In my awakening, spiritual awakening, and relieving of the obsession, one of my main things I found, so I wouldn't obsess about the past, was to forgive myself that what I did to my own body and mind by using. If I can forgive myself for that, I can't see how I can still hold or begrudge other people. How can my sponsor be convinced that I'm doing a proper job if I don't feel that I hold any grudges or resentments against anybody after going through that with myself?
You have no resentment against anybody.
I have in the past, but if I did that to myself, and I was able to forgive myself for that, how can I say, oh, that dealer jabbed me with a sharp stick and cut my stomach open? I partly bet that on myself. But I was willing to put drugs in my body and practically kill myself and lose everything I owned and my job and everything, right? Like, how can I not forgive that person? Myself. So I just don't know. How is my supposed to know that I'm really, when I'm talking to them, I'm doing a real personal inventory as, do you know what I'm saying? Like, your sponsor might not think that you're doing a proper job. How
We see at the hospitals all the time with people coming up and they will say, well, I don't have any resentments against anybody. There's only 2 things that could happen. You've lived in a vacuum all your life or you're psychotic. Okay, so here's the question. Does that mean that I don't owe amends to anybody?
No.
Okay. Because that's what we have to look at. Could the truth be that you have less resentments than most people? Could be. There's some of you guys that just learned how to forgive and forget better than others. There's just no given, maybe 1 or 2 out there. But I've never known anybody that didn't have a couple of barn-burning, gut-wrenching resentments. I've never, they're in there, perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe you'd be the exception. I'm not sure. But where it'll come out is in the 8th and 9th step. Where it'll come out is making the amends. A lot of people don't want to write anybody down in the 4th column in the inventory because they know they're going to have to go make amends for their part in the 8th and 9th step. So we conveniently get really good really quick. And that we can't do that either. Just look at the truth and see. If it's not, it's not. Okay. Rock on. Good question. Yeah.
Chris, thanks for coming on. I had a quick question. It's in my addiction, sex and cocaine kind of went together like peaches and cream. Now you take the cream away, and those peaches kind of freak me out. Is there any strategy or something? Because it doesn't say a lot about that tied together in the big book.
It's all connected with so many of us. It's just with all connected. Time has a tendency to heal so much stuff, it's not even funny. And if I go at this thing with an open heart and ask God to take me to a different place, it's like people, again, we talk about the pendulums. Everybody swings to this. Well, because I'm in recovery now, I can't do this and I can't do that and I can't do this. I mean, what's wrong for you may not be wrong for somebody else. And it's the same kind of stuff. We were talking about it several times about it. I've had to kind of narrow my scope of what's acceptable today and what's not acceptable. And buddy, I got to tell you, that's changed a lot for me later in sobriety. Because I justify why I could do this without any problem whatsoever, without getting specific. But it's just like, if I deal with it in a fourth step and a fifth step, and I talk about it and I get honest about what's going on, it's like I watch a lot of people get tangled up in cocaine, especially because the problem was primarily the sex, not the cocaine. And we get a lot of relapses around that, especially with men. Statistically, not so much with women, but with men especially. It's just because under the influence we can get away with doing certain things that we couldn't ordinarily do. And we need to go back and look and see what kind of upbringing do we have here that we have to beat ourselves up for thinking about sex. I mean, that's what the book talks about. This is all God-given stuff. We could do it. Interesting. Half this room is sitting on the edge of their seat everywhere that passes, and they're looking really uncomfortable. So I'm afraid we're going to go someplace we're not supposed to go. But bottom line is for each and own, one-on-one to talk to your sponsor about that and move on. I ask God to shape in my sane, sound sex ideal. I mean, I do some inventory work. We do little workshops around that in Cocaine Anonymous, just specifically about that. What is my sane, sound sex ideal? A lot of you guys in this room right now are having trouble in relationships because you don't know yourself. Once I'm going through the divorce, my sponsor's got me doing all this writing about this. Shit, you should have done all that writing before you ever got in this marriage. Because if you knew what you were looking for to begin with and what you were heading for, you'd know how to do that. If any of y'all want to know that little exercise, I'll help you. I've done it at several CA functions before. It's pretty fun. It'll just help you figure out your sane, sound sex ideal. We're so pissed when we ask God, drop the... Women are the worst about this. They'll say, God, I don't care what they look like. I just want them to have a good sense of humor. And you know what's going to happen is, they're going to drop some ugly creature like me in there that will make you bust a gut laughing. You follow? And then about 6 months out, now you're pissed about could I renegotiate this deal? It's like, but that should have been in your top 10. You should have known what you were looking for to begin with. You follow? If you want a hunk, ask for a hunk.
Hey, Chris, is there such a thing of me harboring a resentment that I have no part in? That I have no part? If I was just bad timing, I got standing there, there's a drive-by shooting, I got shot. So my part is that I'm chewing on it.
Did y'all hear it? Because this question gets asked a lot. I've never been in a workshop that didn't get asked. Is there anything that we are completely victimless about? Not if I'm hanging on to it. That's my part. People hear me say, I get emails from all of this. They hear me say, if you're resentful at it, you caused it to happen. Boy, I'm not saying that. Some of us were in the wrong place at the wrong time and had stuff happen to us. But the fact that for 20 years I've ground my teeth and taken this guy's inventory, you with me? I badmouthed him to anybody that would listen. That's my part. And if I can see that, I can get free of the resentment. If I can't, I'll just remain a victim. And that's a bad thing to go with. Just a little piece you've got to look at, not the whole piece. What you got, huh?
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm an addict. Hi, Amy. I'm working on my step 4, and I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble turning my will over to God in all of my affairs. So I've asked my sponsor if she thinks I should go back to step 3, because maybe I'm not willing enough yet. And she said that I should continue on course of rigorous action. And so I'm wondering, does my willingness grow as I go through these steps, or should I go back and do step 3 or look at it? I don't know what I'm doing. I really just am struggling.
Honey, you need to move to Texas. Do you realize you could have pick of any man in the state of Texas? I just need to pass that on. You're as cute as a bug's there. follow what your sponsor's saying because that's the truth. This idea that I'm just going to turn it over, and I got to get it right. It's like the same thing as I've got to know what God is and what His plan for me is, and then I'll move on. It's the steps that get us connected spiritually. The only time I would say go back is if you're sitting there thinking that you can drink and drug. And obviously you have a first step situation here. And now we got to go back to first step. You follow? But I want to. It's like when Kate relapses and the first thing I do, I'm going to talk to her again about first step. We're going to make sure, and then we're going to move back on. What part were you dragging? Was it something in the fourth step you messed around with or amends or what was? So we're going to go find out. It's the whole piece, 1 through 12, that gets us connected. Guaranteed to get us connected. Just move on.
So it's okay that I'm not fully willing as long as I'm continue to do the steps?
Yeah, but don't drag it out too long, because if you're going to drag it out for more than a few weeks, we're going to go back to first step. I know, we should have seen the look on her face. Yeah, let's go. The sense of urgency, guys. How many of you guys were ever on some really solid ground, and then you're driving to work, and all of a sudden, the thought crosses your mind, one rock. You with me? And all of a sudden the stink of obsession is on you. And you can't think and you can't focus. And you with me? In meditation it was so nice and the little birdie was talking to you, and now all you can do is think, smell, salivate. You follow? It's a horrible place to be. And nobody needs to be there. And you will go back there again if you don't finish this work. It's not a scary story. That's truth. Make sense? Let's get this thing done. It's just the bottom line. Any other questions? Y'all go pee. We're going to come back for 1 more hour.
So we're moving on to, there is a paragraph in the chapter Working with Others that really shows what it looks like to, number 1, continue on the path of faith with works in steps 10, 11, and 12. And we're going to introduce our next segment with this quote. It says, both you and the new man must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. If you persist, remarkable things will happen. When we look back, we realize that the things which came to us when we put ourselves in God's hands were better than anything we could have planned. Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world, no matter what your present circumstances. So to get us going again, please help me welcome back Chris Raymer.
Thanks, guys. Man, y'all ask such great questions. At the break, it's like, and I think I didn't do justice to any of them because we were kind of going so fast. And I'll be around for a bit after. We can sure spend some more time. And I encourage you guys. I bought some business cards, not a lot, but I got some, and I've got email on there. And if y'all want to visit, I don't ever want to get in a conversation with somebody again about the minutia of the steps. It's like we're splitting hairs here, and it's like I don't really care. I can share my opinion with you if you want, but it doesn't seem to make any difference how you do it, as long as you do it. And that's the kicker. Everybody's sitting around confused because they don't know what to do, whether to do the 3-column or the 4-column inventory. Just do it. It's action is what gets us sober, folks. Action, action, more action. Bill Wilson wrote extensively about that. A couple of real good questions, and I might not get a chance to answer them later, so I wanted to just touch base with it real quick. This idea of stuff that I'm saying kind of quick from the hip here, if you can't reconcile it with what's in the big book, skip it. The problem is that we're not even going to the big book to look for the solutions to begin with. My sponsor still to this day always, Mark, did you look in the book? And did you pray about it? And if we can't get straight with that, then let's talk. But it's one of the reasons we get so tangled up in this thing called sponsorship stuff, because we have to spend so much time trying to help these people when the answer is God to begin with. You follow? That's what we're going to talk about. Somebody asked me, in fact, I had 3 or 4 of you over the course of the day ask me about the 12 and 12. I'm not a big 12 and 12 fan. I like the 12. I'm not against it at all. It's just the 12 and 12 was another piece of literature written 11 years after the big book was written. And I think if you want to hand a newcomer a 12 and 12, I think is just doing them a disservice, because it contradicts so much of what's in the big book itself. And I know we've got some cats that are real 12 and 12 fans in here, and they do a better job of talking about humility in the 12 and 12 than anything else. There's some great stuff in there. But again, I think in early recovery, it's like triage. What we're trying to do is get these cats connected spiritually quick so that they stop going out and relapsing. Our fellowships have kind of all turned into a revolving door, and some of us stick and some of us go away, and it's the idea, that's why so many people out there take shots at us. Hell, doesn't anybody come and stay? And at the end of our meeting at the outpost, that's what we do. We don't do, keep coming back, it works if you work it. We say, stay, and then go on about our business. Because I know you're welcome to keep coming back, but Jesus, if you'd stay, you wouldn't have to keep coming back. Just a touch on amends. I do a 4th step. I do a 5th step. An hour later, I do 6 and 7. I have a completed 8-step list, usually the next day. Sometime when we come up, maybe next year or whenever we can schedule this, we come back up and we'll do we do a little workshop. Myers and I, my twin brother, we do a little talking about how to get somebody through the steps at a pretty quick pace. And so we could talk about doing that. But usually the next day, I sit down with a notebook and we go back over the amends, and then we ask them to start doing their amends. While they're doing the amends, I'm talking to them about 10, 11. Because that's what the book says. As we clean up the wreckage of our past, we start talking about this thing called God. A lot of you guys in this room right now are already doing 10-step stuff. One of the first things that came back to me, even before Herman came back, was my conscience. You follow? I mean, I knew immediately when I started, it took some of them a while to get that. I don't know. My conscience was right there, and I was one of those guys, even when I was out there doing stupid stuff, I knew right from wrong. I don't know necessarily what the right thing to do sometimes is, but I always know when I'm doing something wrong. Always. I'll say something that is coming out of my mouth. I'll say, you shouldn't have said that. Just did it. So, 10-step stuff as we start cleaning up the wreckage of our past. Pronto, pronto, pronto. We start cleaning up the wreckage of our day even faster than that. It's just standard procedure. 11-step stuff. Guys, I don't know what to tell you about this getting quiet with God. We've talked about it. I don't think there's a right way to pray. I was just laughing and talking with a nice lady we were visiting. The guy that stands up here and does an eloquent prayer is not heard any more than that crack addict in that alleyway saying, God, please help me. I mean, are we in some kind of living a delusional life where we believe that it's the way we say it that gets connected to God? I believe God gives a rat's butt about our sacrifices. I believe God cares about the message in our heart. The lady that gives, she's a millionaire and she writes a big old fat $500 check and drops it in the collection plate. And this lady back over here drops... Yeah. No. Anne Lamott talks about it, the lady that rolls dimes all week long and then drops those in the collection plate. Now listen, which one do you think makes the biggest impact on God? Which one do you think is appreciated more? I mean, this person, $5,000? What are you, cheap bastard? Come on, write a big check. This lady right over here is going to have to go without something this week because she put money in the collection plate. Y'all understand that? It's about the 7th tradition. A lot of you guys are contributing, and some of you guys, you're freeloaders. You've always been a freeloader. You always will be a freeloader. And that's okay. I'm not knocking that. But you wonder why you're always broke. I could talk an hour about that. Not spiritual, not biblical, not jamming it down anybody's throat. It's like, guys, you put stuff out in the universe, you go out of your way a little bit, you with us? And see what comes back around. You put the good stuff out, you get the good stuff back around. And everybody comes up afterwards, I don't believe that crap. Obviously, I'm him. They usually preface it, I'm just coming back from a relapse and I don't believe that crap. I understand. Bless your hearts, guys. We get quiet, and that's the biggest problem that we have in our hospital. We got a lot of people that learn how to talk to God. God this, God that, pray, ask, questions, and then shut up. We finally, at our hospital, we got rid of all the little iPods. You can't walk around campus with a little iPod at the hospital where I work, buddy, because God's not going to interrupt iPod. Not going to interrupt the TV. Turn the TV off. Turn the iPods quiet. You with us? You don't have to you can get quiet and get in a lotus position. Oh my God, I used to try to do that. It's absolutely frightening. You can't, just get quiet with God. I believe some heart needs to go into it. I don't believe, I do it when I'm in the bathroom in the morning. That's not meditation. That's ridiculous. And it's not driving down. I meditate when I'm driving. That's not meditation. Get quiet. Take the effort. You with us? It's like watching some of you guys do a 4-step. You know, you take a pen and paper and you get it and you make some columns and you spend some time organizing it. I believe your efforts are going to be rewarded. Just a thought on my part. Get quiet with God. That's what it's about. We're working the 12 steps to do what? To improve a conscious contact with God. And then we don't give God a chance to get a word in edgewise because we're too busy talking. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, a bunch of you in this room, God is screaming direction at. And you can't hear it because you won't shut up long enough. The scary part is when you start to feel like you're fixing to hear, that's when you start turning the radio on. Oh, shit, I almost heard God's word. We dodge that ball. Because you know for a fact that God's fixing to ask you to do something that you don't want to do. That's like the guy's coming into treatment. I want to get sober right up until the point you ask me to do something I don't want to do. And then I'm not really so sure. You with us? And some of us have to make some hard decisions when we get sober. And that's just the way it is. We're going to do that. I'm a big one on this thing called making amends. Oh my gosh. You know, guys, make the amends. Again, we could spend 2 hours just talking about the amends process. I believe amends need to be made directly to people when we've done harm directly. And I got people always wanting to write letters to people. Why don't you get your ass on a bus and go over where you did the damage and sit across the table from them? And since this email stuff's come out, everybody wants to do it that way. Well, I'm just going to do a blanket email to all of my friends and apologize. I said, you know how easy it is to hit the delete button? You know, and they see my name come across, delete. No, I need to go make an appointment and sit across from them and make amends for the stuff I've stirred up. And it's just that simple, folks. We're not going to spend a bunch of time talking about that. I guarantee you, though, guys, if you get ready, God will put that person in your line of thought, in your sights. I can assure you it won't happen maybe on your time scale. God, I get people, the biggest problem I have with guys I sponsor is they want to go make amends to people that don't want to have nothing to do with them. You know, it's like, you know what you can do with me? You can stay the hell away from me. That's what you can do for me. Well, I just don't feel like that amend went too well. It didn't because you forced it. Why don't you ask the guy if he's willing to sit and listen to you for a few minutes to clean up your side of the street? And the guy says no, honor that and move on. Makes sense? Guys, it took me, my first wife, it took me 13 years to finally get to make amends to her. And I made the attempt the first few months I was sober. And she said, leave me alone. And every year or so I would call her again. And every year or so the message was the same. Go die. And I'm in Houston talking with Mark Houston one time. It's sitting at a Motel 6. And I pick up the phone book because her brother lived in the town where we were talking. I says, I'm going to try this one last time. And all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, I'm on the phone with this girl. Click. She said, if you'd called last night, I wouldn't have taken this call. If you'd called tomorrow, I wouldn't have taken this call. But you wore me out. What do you want? And I said, can we go to dinner? And she said, absolutely. She said, you buying? And I said, absolutely. And we got a chance to talk. And I made amends to that woman. I'm going to tell you, and I told her everything because I'd had this card in my briefcase all written out. I knew exactly what I was going to make amends to her for. And I made the amends, and there was tears in my eyes, buddy, I guarantee you. And there was tears in her eyes, and she said, thank you. But you don't have a clue what you owe me amends for. And I said, okay, fine. Bring it on. And she told me how the cow ate the cabbage. Never once raised her voice, never said anything, blah, blah, blah. But the truth of the matter is I didn't. I never walked a day in her shoes. I was loaded when I hurt her. I had no idea what I was doing to her. I was just thinking on the outside stuff, the money I took from our bank account, the physical stuff that I could see. There's none of that. And she told me how the cow ate the cabbage. And buddy, there was more than tears in our eyes when we finished with that. And I got to tell you, I went back over to her apartment, her little house that she had. She's been so successful since she got away from me, I guarantee you. And she'd gone back to school, and she was doing a lot of that. And I got to pick up some stuff of mine that she'd been carrying around, some artwork that I wanted, and she gave it to me free. I didn't ask her for it. And when we got to be okay, we're not buddies, we're not friends, I don't hardly ever talk. But we set it straight. And I got cats out there that I sponsor that have been sober for 10 years, and they still got states they can't go into because they haven't cleaned up their crap. And then you wonder why you're affected. I'm going to tell you one more time, guys. The crap I do over here, you got it? Affects me over here. All right. You think that this amend that I'm making around that money that I stole is going to affect my job over here? Yes. That's what I'm saying. Spiritual principle. Clean it up. You be willing to do what you're supposed to do, and I guarantee you, you'll get taken to a different spot. And that's all we can look at. One of the biggest... Let me see, look at this other thing. One of the biggest problems that we have in our fellowship today is this idea about working with others. And I'm going to separate this up and try to talk about it. Working with others is different than sponsorship. Can we just go in the door with that? Sponsorship is relaying the message of the 12 steps to a newcomer. If I haven't done a 4-step, I can't show you how to do a 4-step. Make sense? But the book gets crystal clear. If I don't start working with others quickly, I won't stay sober. And if we do any injustice to the newcomer, I know, again, our heart's in the right place when we tell a newcomer, just sit and be easy. Just chill out with us and come to some meetings. But Bill Wilson clearly states, if you've got your big books, you guys look on the bottom of page 129. It's in a disgusting chapter called The Family After. Not one of my favorites. 129. At the bottom of the page it says, even if he displays a certain amount of neglect and irresponsibility towards the family, it is well to let him go as far as he likes in helping other alcoholics or drug addicts. During those first days of convalescence, this will do more to ensure his sobriety than anything else. You get it? It says Bill Wilson understands it. Up in the front of the book in Bill's story, when Ebby's talking to Bill, he's 12-stepping Bill, and Bill starts to explain this. I'm just going to read it. Oh, it's on the top of page 15, bottom of page 14 to 15. It said, my friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative, isn't that a great word? Imperative. To work with others as he had worked with me. Faith without works was dead, he said, and how appallingly true for the alcoholic or drug addict. For if this drug addict fails to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. Y'all get it? It's not an option. He's saying if you don't work with others, you're not going to get well. I grow spiritually by working with others. I don't grow spiritually by prayer. I'm going to say it again. I'm not knocking prayer. People take that stuff out of context all the time. Chris says we don't need to pray. He's an atheist. I've never said that. Prayer is a piece of this. But it's working with others is the way I grow spiritually. It's the way you grow spiritually. In treatment, these guys come to us, right? They're all banged up, and they all have this thing called low self-esteem. One of the main symptoms of the spiritual malady is this feeling of uselessness. You follow? So they got us standing in front of mirrors, scratching, talking positive affirmations and stuff, and yet none of us are staying sober. So we go back into the AA meetings, and what takes place is, if you happen to land in a healthy meeting, in a CA meeting, they'll say, hey buddy, while you're sitting there shake, rattle, and roll, why don't you go over there and clean that table off? Help us pick up these cigarette butts out here by the church, and let's go make some more coffee for the next round. Whoa, wait a minute. See, in 1987, when I finally got sober, some people finally did that. For 7 years in Alcoholics Anonymous, I did this. I sat right on my butt and did nothing. I crossed my arms. I sat at the side tables. I took your inventory. I tried to date your women. You with me? I did nothing. I didn't to participate. You follow? Part of that was my stuff. Part of that's your stuff. Because every time I'd say, can I help? No. You're a newcomer. Just chill out. But yet the book says exactly opposite that. If you find a job in this fellowship, you'll stay. Y'all understand that? The people on this committee, they're not the ones that are going to relapse. They've been busting their butt trying to put this together, being of service. It's the cats that are not doing anything that are going to have trouble staying sober. I've got to get out of my head somehow. I've got to get out of my head. Will these voices ever shut up? Early sobriety, y'all remember that? Who's talking, for heaven's sakes? Who knows? But I can sit there for a few minutes and carry some cups and do some stuff, maybe vacuum the big meeting room. You with me? And at least for a few minutes, I'm not thinking about anything but this. These guys in early sobriety, when I got back to Alcoholics Anonymous, they knew that, and they showed me what to do. Chris, we want you to answer the phones. Some of y'all heard me talk about it up in Louisville. I said, buddy, I'm detoxing. I ain't answering jack. Chris, you're not hearing us. We got to go. The guy that was supposed to do it's not here. Just stand out here, and if the phone rings, answer it. And come get us, and we'll help you. We're not asking you to 12-step somebody. We're asking you to do something for somebody else. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, but I ain't gonna, no. I ain't gonna, and the phone rings. Now this. And they all just look. I said, shit, y'all are serious about this. What do I do? She says, answer the phone. Pick it up. It was Louisville Group in Louisville, Texas. I said, shut. Louisville Group. I knew the girl on the phone. I drank with her husband. I mean, all the stars start lining up. And I'm talking to this girl, and she goes, oh my God, is that you? I said, oh my God, is that you? I said, you still got those shoes? She got these red shoes that you would not, anyway, I said, yeah, when we start talking, I saw something just like him in the airport coming over here. And I said, yeah, and we started laughing, and she says, imagine me calling Alcoholics Anonymous and finding you. You're just nothing but a big old drunk. And I said, I know. Her husband's been drinking, and she wants an Al-Anon meeting. I said, buddy, I'm not doing anything. I'll wait for you right out front. You certainly know what I look like. I'm kind of hard to miss. And she said, would you do that? And I said, absolutely. And I stood out there like an idiot, waiting for her to drive up. She waved. I took her to the Al-Anon meeting, and then I walked back into that group, in that room where the phone was. You know how we do, you know. We're all beaten up, coming in, just look shifty-eyed now. I walk back in, and it's like, I took care of that one. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I got it. You know, they created you couldn't go near that phone for the next 6 months. I mean, because I was, look, I hear the phone, I'm going to go, no, the newcomer would be like, oh, you could kill somebody with this phone. This is very important. I'll get this taken care of. Oh my God. Give the new guy a job and he'll stay. Let him feel part of this, because he is part of this. Stop this sanctimonious crap of saying that you're not sober long enough to help. If he wants to chair the meeting, sit there next to him and show him how to chair the meeting. That's what we do. Guys, we're teachers. We're teachers. That's all we are. We've been spared a life of misery so that we can come back in and teach this, each in our own way. And if you're not sitting in the rooms, if you're not there prepared, you're in trouble. Teach. Let them participate. Are they going to screw it up? Sure. Guys, how could you screw this up? This is a train wreck ready to happen. And they mess it up, and what are we going to do? We're going to laugh just like that, and we're going to move on. And they're going to learn how to laugh at themselves and stop taking themselves so damn serious. We were talking earlier, you know the guys we were just talking about, XA speakers on those little sheets, those little tapers out of Iceland. A lot of these guys started XA speakers because nobody would let them do 12-step work. They had an Alano club in Iceland. It's huge morphine addicts there. I mean, this little island was rampant with addiction. It's also, like some other places we know, state-funded treatment. And a lot of these cats coming to this hospital, coming in, is treatment on demand. And so these little guys were all getting sober, dry, but they couldn't stay sober. And they'd stumble back down to the Alano club after getting out of yet one more treatment center. And the guys at the Alano club would say, easy does it, think, he's nice, a bunch of little one-liners, sit. And they were just stewing in their juices until the obsession came back, and then they would go use again. And so they said, screw this. They got hold of some bunch of CDs and stuff we did. And a lot of these little guys got back over there, and a couple of these cats started this little radio station, a little 24-hour recovery radio station. No telling how many thousands of people got helped by that little radio station. And it morphed into, they bought some time on a big server, and it morphed into now, which is the largest downloadable recovery website out there. If you've never been to it, it's phenomenal to see what these little guys did. They were in their early 20s when they started this. And everybody down at the Alano, you can't help anybody. You can't do... And they went... they just said, watch this. And they went out and they started this little deal. The problem is that everybody wants to underestimate the power of each individual person. Oh, Chris Raymer, you must help so many people. I help a bunch of people. How many are you helping? Well, I can't help anybody. I can't even help myself. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Because you see, that's the crux of the problem. You believe you can't, so you're going to sit here and stew in it. I want to get well, and then I want to go help somebody. Why the hell do we need you? You're not going to get well that way. If you go help somebody, we were talking about it earlier. This is like first century Christianity, what it used to be. First century Christianity had nothing to do with your soul being saved. It had to do with finding somebody that was out there on the street that didn't have any food and giving them some money, showing them how to grow a crop, helping the poor, helping the less advantaged. You'll follow? It's about charity. We've taken a perfectly good religion and turned it into some kind of Same thing we've done with our AA group. Our job was to get sober and turn around and help somebody else get sober. And by helping somebody else, we get to stay sober. I told you earlier, what we're starting to see at our treatment center is a whole bunch of people come back in with long-term sobriety. We had a guy in there last week, and it's like when they come back in, I hug them. A lot of them have heard of me out there. They've heard my CDs and stuff, and that's why they end up coming sometimes because of that. And I said, oh, you're Chris Raymer. It's nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah. He says, I had 17 years, but I lost it. I got tangled up in the meds and this and that and the other, which is just a freaking excuse. You won't get tangled up in the meds. You won't get tangled up in the meds if spiritually you're connected. We've known this. It's another hour talk. I asked the guy point blank, I said, buddy, what were you doing? He said, I was going to meetings. I'm not going to have any problem with this. I was going to meetings. I said, let me ask you a question. How many guys were you sponsored at 17 years sober? Oh, well, let me get this one for you. None? You just said you were in Alcoholics Anonymous. But you're not sponsoring anybody? You're not in Alcoholics Anonymous. You're in the fellowship, but you're not in the program, because the program requires you to get off your butt and help somebody. Got people dying out there because we don't have enough people to work with, especially the women. Why? Because we don't have enough people stepping up to the podium to do it. Oh, I would love to help, but I'm much too busy. Some of y'all heard me read this before. I think it's fascinating. It came out of a box 459 in 2000. Intergroups are asking, have all the volunteers gone? This is the AA little newsletter. The most frustrating thing about answering the intergroup's phones, says Bob R., manager of the Intergroup Association in New York City, is finding an AA member willing to take a 12-step call for some sick alcoholic who has phoned for help. Sometimes it takes up to 20 calls to identify just one willing volunteer. Some of these responses we hear when a live member actually does answer the phone. What's a 12-step call? How'd you get my phone number? Do you mean you actually want me to talk to someone who's still drinking? The saddest response came from a member who exclaimed, no, I can't do it. I'm busy all day. Today is my sobriety anniversary. Oh, man. I can just see God now. Okay, hold still. I'm going to thump your ass. Boom. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. What? The entire fellowship was based on this idea that we're supposed to get sober and help other people. This is like the gravy. This is like having sex but no orgasm. It's like up to this point, I'm working the steps, I'm busting my ass, I'm going to all these meetings, and now you're fixing to get me right to the edge where I'm going to actually get the happy ending. You know what I'm saying? So, they told me about that. I got this sponsee that told me about that. I don't know anything about it. But you're fixing to get it right there, and then you stop. Guys, the key is the working with others. The first time, I got to tell you guys, the first time you sit down with some little knucklehead, you don't know if he wants it or not. He comes in and you can see him. My guys, they got a watch. They're on point. If I got one of them little guys comes in, I'm watching not him, I'm watching my guys. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Guys I sponsor. Because they're better be on this little guy. I got a stable full. The last thing I need, Lord help me, is another sponsee. I'm flush. Watching. They better be watching him. And if the meeting gets going too long before one of my guys slides over next to him, we're going to have a talk after the meeting. It's the same story. No, we're not going to have a conversation. I'm going to talk and they're going to listen. You follow? Because I don't want them to miss this. It's stupid. I don't want them to miss this. We were in Iceland talking one time like that, and the Aurora Borealis was out there big time. Y'all get to see it up here a lot, I'm sure, but down in Texas, I've never seen it. And somebody took the effort to wake me up and let me come outside to see that wonderful sight that I may never get a chance to see again. Thank you for helping me to wake up to see a miracle. You follow? But we got this fellowship out here with thousands of miracles taking place, possibly, and yet we're asleep. We're asleep. Oh, it's the truth. we have in our fellowships, in all of our fellowships, we have these things called unsigned death pacts. Mark and I talk about it a lot. These unsigned death pacts are quite simple. I won't hold you on your crap and you won't hold me on my crap. We'll have a sponsor relationship, but you do it any way you want. I'm going to do it any way I want. We're going to go on. We're going to be good buds. If you relapse, I'm sorry. I'll try to help you, but that's it. Man, that's not sponsorship. Again, we could spend days talking about sponsorship. We ought to do a workshop just on that. I don't want to get it off into that. But my job as a sponsor is to hold somebody accountable, is to help them get on this path. And part of that is to help them understand that getting sober requires working with others. Everybody's going to find their niche. Everybody. It may be service work in the coffee. It may be at a service structure, an area and district. It may be artistic. You may be designing flyers for the rest of your life in our fellowship. Either way, it's working with others. It's helping out. But if you miss this miracle of sitting across the table from another human being, you are nobody wants to do it because they're too freaked out. They think it's going to take too much time. One of the deals Myers and I hit so much, sponsorship is not about raising somebody. Our job as a sponsor is to get you through the steps and then hold you accountable after that. You with me? I'll be there as your answer man up to a certain point. But I'm not there to govern your life. The big book is crystal clear. I don't want you to depend on me. You with me? I want us to be friends, but I don't want you to become dependent on me. Because if I wake up one day and I have a crappy day, I may affect your life adversely. You follow? Besides, when are we going to stop going to another human being for the answer to our problems? You come into a meeting, I'm having trouble in my relationships. It's like, it freaks me out. Why would you go to a Cocaine Anonymous meeting to talk to people about... I mean, it is. It's like two trash trucks colliding, and now we're going to... there must be 5,000 marriages in this little group right here. Why don't you get quiet with God and say, God, what do you want me to do? You want me to be celibate a while? You want me to get in this relationship? You want me to get out of this relationship? Listen, you can hear it now. And what, you think God's going to answer me? With that attitude, probably not. But I'm telling you, it will happen. Absolutely. We work the 12 steps to get connected spiritually, guys. And I'm telling you, some of you guys are getting guidance and some of you are not. And you're pissed at me because you're not. I'm not the one not doing the work. Well, you can applaud on that one. Everybody gets so cranky about this, but it's the truth is, again, I'm going to go back. My sponsor says it. I smell more. You sit across the table from somebody. It doesn't even have to be somebody you like. Everybody says when they get out of treatment, go find somebody you can relate to. Why? Why would you want somebody you could relate to? Another fried pie? No. I need a mentor. I need a spiritual mentor. I need somebody that's doing it. I'm watching your feet. I'm watching your feet. How are you dressed? How are you acting? Are you staying around the meeting? Are you being productive in here? Are you happy, for God's sakes? Why do I want somebody to sponsor me that's miserable? You follow? You can relate to. I want to find somebody that's an alcoholic and an addict that knows how to have a spiritual experience, because that's the only prerequisite for sponsoring somebody. You got to be sober 5 years to sponsor somebody. God dang, show me in the book. Where was that? I must have missed that. I don't know. I sure am glad Bill and Dr. Bob didn't know that. We'd be dead. No. We're not going to play that game, guys. We're not going to play that game. Once you've had a spiritual experience, I would much rather, I guarantee you, if I had a son that was in trouble, I'd send him to somebody that had 8 months of sobriety, that was excited about life, carried a little busted up big book. Buddy, come on, we're going to do this. And we're involved in the young people's deal, and we're doing this and we're doing that. I want to send him to him. I'm going to send him to some old crusty sumbitch in the back that hadn't even been to a meeting in months and won't return your calls, but he's been sober 15 years, so he's a good sponsor. He may be a great sponsor. I'm just saying the length of sobriety is not indicative of good sponsorship. I'm going to say it again. When you use the parameters of a sponsor, it's supposed to get you through the steps. So many people don't want to sponsor because they're afraid that they won't know what to say. A sponsor is not a doctor. Well, I don't know what to do with these antidepressants. I don't know either. Let's go find a doctor. Well, I'm having this problem with my divorce. I don't know either. Let's go find a lawyer. Let's go find a personal trainer. Let's go find a clergyman. I'm trained to do one thing. You want to have a spiritual experience? I'll show you how. Guaranteed. You want to ask me advice about your wedding, your wife, your We've got to stop See, some of you are grinding your teeth because you've got a sponsor that does this. You've got a sponsor that's been wiping your butt since day one, and you think that's the way it's supposed to be. Well, I'm telling you, that's great. But let me show you what that sponsor's doing. That sponsor is making you dependent on them and not on God. And the sponsor's doing you a disservice. And while I got a lather of steam up, let me just go ahead and say this. And 9 times out of 10, that sponsor's got 1 or 2 people he's working with. Well, I got to tell you something. We're losing the battle. I don't sponsor 30 men because I've just got plenty of free time on my hand. I got sponsor 30 men because we don't have enough people out there locally to sponsor them. If you'd start sponsoring a few more than 1 or 2, I wouldn't have to sponsor so many. We got women dying all over the world tonight. Guys, number one email I get are from women looking for sponsors. We got women in recovery all over the world that can tell you the best places to buy scented candles and the best places to go eat lunch and the predators in the meeting and keep you active and but they can't tell you how to finish the stupid 4th step. And that's a crying shame. My job is the same with men or women, and I don't sponsor women, but my job is the same with all of them. Get them to God quick. Let's let them have their own spiritual experience so that we can move on down the road and we can go help somebody else. You sit across the table from somebody just like they did me. Just like they did me. I said, you're telling me that if I work these 12 steps, that quickly this obsession to snort cocaine is going to leave me. And that I won't want to drink alcohol. You're telling me that I can go back out there on the street and they'll be drinking alcohol and I won't want to drink. You're telling me that these 7 medications that I've taken all my adult life, that there might be a time downstream that I can get off all of these medications. And he's doing exactly what you're doing. And he's nodding his head, and he's got glistening moisture in his eyes, and he's looking at me. He says, absolutely. If you do what we tell you to do, if we do what we're asking you, what's going to happen is this thing called a spiritual experience is going to take place. And the obsession to use is going to leave you. It talks about it in the 10th step. You're going to be placed in a position of neutrality again. And you're going to be free. Well, this is a lifelong thing. I mean, this is going to take Shut up, Chris. They showed me the circle and triangle. Some of you old geezers, I signed your little book and you had a 3rd edition in there before they took the circle and triangle out of our book. Some of you guys, we need to get you some stickers to put in there back in that book because in Cocaine Anonymous, and so many people in Cocaine Anonymous have never seen that circle and triangle. But that's how we stayed connected to the fellowship. That's how we knew we were in all 3 parts. We got a 3-part disease, and we got a 3-part solution. Body, mind, and spirit. Y'all heard that? So we talked about it in this first little segment, and that's how we find out. But the piece that people miss is this first piece is they don't do all the steps. They go to a whole bunch of meetings and they fall flat on their ass because the awakened spirit, they're not working with anybody. They're not sponsoring anybody because somebody told them they couldn't. And that was the death sentence to them. It's scary. The first time I ever worked with a guy, he called me after a meeting. He was a cook and I was a cook, and so we had some stuff to talk about. And he was fixing to go on shift at the Kettle. It was a night shift. It was 12 o'clock, he went on, 11:30. And he wanted me to come visit with him because he knew if he didn't, he was going to use before he went to shift. Once he got to work, he wasn't going to use. And so I said, what do I do? I'm talking to this girl I'm living with. And I said, what do I do? And she said, go talk to him. And I went down and I sat down and I sat across the table and he started asking me those exact same questions. He wasn't asking me all the intricacies of the steps. He was asking me point blank, does this obsession ever go away? Can you ever wake up and just not want to use? Our media won't tell him that. Oprah wouldn't tell him that. The treatment centers won't tell him that. My job was to tell him that, to give him some hope. We laughed our butts off. We talked about cooking. We talked about recovery. We talked about women. He went to work. I went back to my apartment, walked in the door, and she said, what happened to you? I said, buddy, you're not going to believe this. Listen, it was like those weren't my words, and it's just like I seem to know exactly what to say. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And she's exactly like that, and she's got tears in her eyes, and she's laughing, and I don't know what that was about. She says, I do. It was one drunk working with another drunk. That's how the connection's made. He listened because he knew I'd been there. I I didn't have to do therapy on this guy. All I had to do was tell him my story. Is sit across the table with somebody and watch them light up like a damn neon sign and get excited about recovery. And you get to know that you played a part in that. You didn't cause it to happen. All you did was allow yourself to be used in a useful way. I go work with others. We go trolling for drunks, guys. We go to different meetings. You get your nice little AA group or CA group and the same people every day, and you come and you talk about your same crap. How nice for you. How nice for you. But that's not what the book says. The book says we tried to carry this message to the other alcoholics and the little dope fiends. Go to the jitter joints. I hear people in meetings all the time. Guys I sponsor. We have a little accountability group. It's month in, month out. It's the same stuff. Looking at this little guy. I just can't find anybody to work with. I can't find anybody to work with. Have you been signed up for one H&I meeting? Have you gone to one treatment center, one detox center, one halfway house to try to carry the message? Well, no. I just go to my Wednesday night AA meeting and you wonder why you can't find anybody to work with. We don't need you at that Wednesday night AA meeting. We need you on the trench helping other alcoholics and addicts get well. Can y'all are you that? Y'all know where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Some people don't want to work with anybody else. They don't want to work with others because it makes you uncomfortable. The first time that guy called me, it's the last thing I did. I cussed all the way to that restaurant. I don't want to go to this. God, heck with you. I am so done with this. I'm going to go talk to this bozo for 15 minutes and I'm going to go back. Same thing. Same conversation Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob had 75 years earlier. Just shared my hope. He got well. He stayed sober a while. I don't know. I've lost track of him. He dropped off the edge. He stopped doing the work. Same story. Talked to him not long ago. He wasn't sponsoring anybody. You're going to die. You got to give it away. You want to keep it? Give it away. Make sense? You find your job, and that's the way it goes. Let me sum this up. I'm going to repeat one thing. Sponsorship is about teaching somebody how to work the 12 steps. That's my one main job. Traditions tell us we've got a priority here. Our primary purpose is to help others. So you got to ask yourself, are you working with others or you're not? It's a yes or no question. I always try to get in these conversations with Mark. He said, Chris, I ask you a yes or no question. It's not an essay here. It's not a debate thing. It's just yes or no. Are you working with somebody or you're not? See, and if you're not, you need to ask yourself why. And again, are you making more out of this than you need to be? We are not therapists. Don't try to practice outside your license here. You got a license to help somebody have a spiritual experience. You don't have a license to talk to them about all this other stuff. You better be careful what you're doing. We're catching a lot of flack out there because of it. Make sense? It's got to be really careful here. Do that and then hold them accountable. When I get in a sponsorship relationship with somebody, I make sure that they get the steps under their belt. We're working the steps. And I spend some time talking to them about the traditions and their responsibility towards our fellowships of Cocaine Anonymous, and AA, or what other fellowship we are. I don't sponsor outside my realm. I don't do Narcotics Anonymous because I don't believe in taking your time to work the steps. And they seem to be very insistent on that. And I can't abide by it. But I love their fellowship and I love the people that are involved in that. You with me? But I'm not going to sponsor somebody in a fellowship that I don't belong to. Make sense? It's just, again, it's disrespectful to their fellowship. And it may work great for them, and I'm more power to them. I don't want to talk to somebody about something that I don't know nothing about. So I got to be kind of careful with what I do. I'm personally very rigid about gender-specific sponsorship. I know some of you in here are not, and that's perfectly okay. If it works for you, great. I'm on my third marriage, and I have no intention of screwing this up by sponsoring a woman. I'm not. I'm not. I had a lady not long ago, when I was back over in Seattle, she came up and she said, would you consider sponsoring an ugly woman? No. I mean, it's the same thing. I say real quick, I'm going to set some parameters with the cat that night. And he comes and asks me. I'm going to ask him, one, why he wants me to sponsor him. A lot of people want me to sponsor him just because I'm out there on the circuit and stuff. But I got to set some parameters. One, I'm never home. I travel most weekends doing this kind of stuff, so I'm never home. So if you're one of those cats that just need constant attention, you need to find another sponsor. You follow? But I set these parameters at the beginning. When we can work together and what I expect. And the front of the books, the guys I sponsor, I have them right on there. So I'm willing to go to any length to overcome my addiction. and I have them sign it. Dig? That's just something that I do. Because in about, 3 days, when we get ready to start cranking up on this old 4-step or 5th-step stuff, they're going to start crawfishing. I got to go to my kid's Little League game. And I'm going to say, buddy, listen, I'm all for the Little League, but you said you were willing to go to any length, and the one chance we've got to meet this week is now. Damn it. Okay, we'll go. You follow? And so that's what we're going to do. Because see, I want to do triage now at the beginning. Let's focus all of our attention on let's get well, and then we go do the Little League games. Then we go do, I said it again, I don't want AA or CA to ever get in the way of my regular life. But in early sobriety, you better put recovery number 1 over everything, guys. Over everything. Kids, relationship, job, everything. If you want to get well. I set some parameters of what we can do and what we won't do. I let them know what I'm responsible for and what they're responsible for, and then we go on down the road. When I get a cat that won't do what I've asked him to do, we have the talk. Short and sweet. Get off the pot, do what you said you would do, or we're done. I've never fired anybody, but I've suggested strongly that they go find somebody else that they might work with better, because I am not going to waste my time, not 1 minute, on somebody that doesn't want to do this work. I'm just not. Your actions show me. Kate says she wants to be a friend of mine forever. And I'm going to wait. We're going to find out. I'm going to email her. If she doesn't email me back, I know that she's full of it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Action. I love you. I love you, man. I love you. No, this gang shit. Do you? Do you? Then do what you say you're going to do. You say you're going to stay in touch? Stay in touch. You say you want me to sponsor, that you're willing to go to any length? Show me. We're going to the halfway house Friday night. Oh, shit, I can't go Friday night. I got a ticket. Guys, we go every Friday night. We go to this. We do. This is what we do. You follow? Now we're starting to crawfish a little bit. Because that's what happens, guys. When we get well, we get complacent. We start feeling good. All of a sudden, our sense of urgency, the blowtorch backs off my butt about 6 feet, and I go, oh, geez, I can work. I don't know what the big deal was. And now I'm okay. It's like, well, what's the idea about giving back? Do you start to crawfish? We're going to have the talk. You can go find somebody else to waste time with, because I'm not here for your entertainment. I'm looking for other soldiers in the trench. I'm looking for other soldiers, men and women that are willing to get in the trench with us. I've told this story 1,000 times. I'm going to end with it. These guys, I was in a rainstorm. I was going to a young people's conference in Houston. It was raining like a bear outside. And I'm lost. I kind of know basically where I'm at. But I look, and there's a big trench. I'm stopped at this stop, and they got construction everywhere, and there's big trenches out there. And they got couple of these the wettest little Mexican guys you've ever seen in your life. They're drowning down in this ditch, and they're both digging their butts off. And there are 7 guys in slickers up at the top of that ditch. All of them with clipboards looking down, one of them giving it this, like this. All of these supervisors. I said, buddy, I just rolled the window down and just sat there as the cars honked. Buddy, yeah, take a picture. Click. This is our fellowship. This is Cocaine Anonymous right now today. This is Alcoholics Anonymous right now today. Got everybody sitting on the sideline taking shots. And then the cats that want to do the work, we're taking the grief. There's no free ride in this thing. The book says up in the very front that a price has got to be paid. You want the coolest life you've ever had? You got to pay a price. I can have this if I want it. No, you can't. The cemeteries are full of people that wanted it. And they can't have it because they were unwilling to do the work. Worst case scenario, they were willing to do the work and nobody told them how. That's the tragedy. Those are the sad ones. How many people are dying today? All you got to do is just get off your butt, finish the steps, get on some solid ground, and then reach down and help the other guy up. But you're too busy to do that? To hell with you. It's just that simple. The problem is not personalities. The problem is that our meeting schedules, the meeting formats in all of our fellowships suck. The open discussion meetings outweigh the literature-based meetings 3-1. You can go to Dallas, Texas. Still to this day, there's over 1,500 meetings in Dallas, Texas, and only 20 literature-based meetings. You follow? Let me translate that for you. If you want to go whine about your weed eater, you've got a lot of places to go do that. If you want to go talk about God and the steps, study the literature, you've got to go look for one of those meetings. And we do it the same thing, just as bad, in Cocaine Anonymous. Everybody wants a place for the newcomer to come talk. We need to share. You need to find a therapist or a friend or get yourself a damn dog. What you need to do is study the literature so you can turn around and help somebody else get sober. You follow? We do that by going into our group consciences and changing the meeting formats. Guys, we couldn't have done a talk like this 10 years ago. We just couldn't have. But because we've changed so many meeting formats, there's so many more of you guys in here kicking butt and taking names, we're able to do this. We're gaining on them. We're gonna, I can't say that we'll ever outnumber them, but I guarantee you we're gaining on them. There are more and more of us chronic alcoholics and addicts. Yeah. There are more of us finally getting sober than you could ever shake a stick at. And I got to say this. Thank you for sticking is all I can say. You old geezers in here, you cats that snuck across the aisle out of Alcoholics Anonymous and came back over to Cocaine Anonymous to help us out. Listen, thank you. Information and experience is the same. I don't care whose mouth it comes out of. I don't care what fellowship it comes out of. There's not one better than the other. You share your hope with the experience that you have. But you old geezers that have stayed and stuck, thank you. And in Cocaine Anonymous, I'm talking about cats that have been sober a year. Thank you for sticking. I gotta say it. We were talking about it earlier. We had some great lunch conversations. There's a dark side out there. I believe in most of the spiritual doctrine that I've studied, there's a light side and a dark side as far as the good and evil, yin and yang. It was a girl in treatment the other day, and she says, I don't believe in this dark side and light side. And she turned around, she had a big yin and yang tattooed on her neck. And I thought, honey, how drunk were you when you got that thing? It freaked me out. But the light and the darkness, what happens is you start to get excited and you start to get lathered up about recovery, and then what happens is the dark side starts taking some shots at you. And it may be health, and it may be a woman, and it may be a job, it may be some insecurities and stuff. But this stuff will start coming at you, and you just need to know what that's about. It means that you're being effective. And what the dark side would like is that we have a fellowship full of ineffectual people. Sitting around, talking about our day, drinking a lot of coffee, going home, talking crap. You with us? And nobody's helping anybody. I was talking at a CA conference. I'll give you the example. This is the last, I'm promising we're going to go. I got time for you to ask questions. I'm still early.
Very early. Keep going.
Nah. When the room shifts, you can see it. It's like a unit. Just everybody yawns at the same time. It's like, okay, it's time to go. You get sucked into the vortex. I'm at a Cocaine Anonymous deal not long ago, and I'm doing a little pitch, and my wife's there, and it's fun. There's about 200 people in there, and we're just a little lathered up. You know, I love doing Cocaine Anonymous, and they're a fun bunch, and we're having a good time. It's a little fundraiser, and we do the deal. And this friend of mine in AA has come over with us from Fort Worth, and she's come over and she's sitting with my wife, and so I'm watching, and at the end of the meeting, you know, they say, you know, we have any newcomers, and there's 3 or 4 people you with us. A lot of people had come over just to hear me speak, and so there was a bunch of newcomers in there, but do we have anybody in their first 30 days? And there was this little girl that raised her hand, and she was a fried pie. You could see it. You didn't have to ask. You could just, she still had a Bic lighter just glare in her eye. I mean, she just so hurt. She didn't even look up. She just spiritless. And I'm looking at my wife because it's a soft spot with me. And I'm looking at my wife, and she's looking at this little girl, and this other lady's looking. And I do my little pitch, and everybody says, thank you, Jesus, afterward, and hug necks, and pass cards, and I'm watching, and room's clearing out, and they're locking chairs, and they're cleaning up, and they're talking shit out there, smoking and chasing. She's still sitting over there. She's come with some people from a halfway house. They're fixing to leave. And I look at this girl who just over there, not even in our fellowship. And she's got a big book. And she goes right straight across. And she sits down next to this little girl. And she says, I'm going to. And this stuff starts to kick the thing. And they did. I see him smiling. I see him laughing. They're grinning ear to ear. I see him exchange numbers. Say stuff that 1,000 times. This lady was Fort Worth in another town, supposed to be doing. Our job was there for her. It was not there for me. It was not there for the social. It was there for that little girl. That's what we do. Everything we do is about helping that newcomer. These conferences, don't even get me started talking. Cocaine Anonymous is the worst. We stay in debt doing conference after conference after conference. For what? And the people that need to be there can't afford to come. This ensures I'll be in trouble with Cocaine Anonymous for the rest of my life. And I'm saying, but I love my fellowship and I love what we're doing. But so we do the same thing in Alcoholics Anonymous. Everything we do. So all of a sudden we get something that we can give away for free. This is what we're supposed to be. Free. Listen, folks, I got a pocket full of money today. I can afford to pay some money to get things happening, to do some stuff, to buy a group a case of books. I don't have to let somebody else do it. No, I get to do it today. You know what I also get to not do? I get to not be a bum on the street. I get to not eat out of dumpsters. I get to look myself in the mirror and not want to commit suicide. Because I get a chance to give. In your own way tonight, the prayer for everybody, whoever you're praying to, Mr. Magoo or Jesus, I don't care who, but the prayer is this. The prayer is this. God, what do you want me to do? Where do you want me to be of service in this group? Whatever I can do, let me be of service. You with us? Some people will roll their eyes and get uncomfortable. More power to you. Rock on. And some of you, you're going to do that. I'm going to say this real quick. I'll let you go. No, really. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. It's my own fan. Now listen, guys, I'll just say it. Everybody's waiting for the treatment centers to change things. Everybody's waiting for the treatment centers to come up with another pill or another drug or another modality, therapeutic thing. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. I love treatment and I work in one. If it wasn't for treatment centers, a lot of us in this room would be dead today. I'm not knocking treatment centers. But treatment centers are not the problem today in our fellowship. There was a day that a lot of misinformation got cranked out of there. The problem is in our own fellowships with people that don't understand what the fellowships are supposed to be about. They don't understand. They're the ones that are killing people with their crap. I'm controversial because I cuss from the podium sometimes. You're controversial because you tell people to slow down and take their time to do the work. Which one of us is doing more harm? That's all we're looking at. There's not going to be another pill to fix us, folks. There's not going to be another advance that comes down the road. I'm telling you, 75 years ago, Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob got together and they said, listen, I'm going to give you these. You can steal them from the Christians, the steps, however you want to do it. You can combine a bunch of religiosity here. But bottom line is we're going to come up with these things that will guarantee to get these cats connected spiritually. And all you got to do is take that clear, undiluted message back to the next little fried pie. Go at it unapologetically. This is what we offer. This is what we offer. The 12 steps, God. This is what we offer. The ability, the opportunity to turn around and be of service to somebody else. This is what we offer. This is what Cocaine Anonymous was about. It is not a self-help program. We are not here for your entertainment. We are men and women, lockstep, on a mission to help the dying brothers and sisters on this earth. And those of you that pick up that tool and jump in the trench with us will have a life like you can't ever imagine. It's not going to be near as hard as you think it's going to be. It's going to be more fun than you've ever imagined. And that's what we're looking for. Thank you, guys.
Oh, hi. Sorry to disturb you. Hi, my name's Eric. I'm an addict. Hi, guys. My question is this. If I have never been through a treatment center, how much good am I doing H&I work? If I have not ever smoked crack, but I am a cocaine addict, and trust me, I am, how useful can I be either 12-stepping or taking a crack addict through the steps?
Okay, thanks. Let me answer because I have to do it because I lost my mic. It went quick, didn't it? You can be of absolute help. I'm a cocaine addict. I never smoked crack in my life. I got sober before that hit. And so, but I mean, I did mountains of cocaine. I mean, I so qualified for this fellowship, it's not even funny. I'm surrounded by people. When I go in there, the identification piece is the addiction, and we can talk about that a little bit. But where I get them in an H&I is not all of that. We're not trying to be therapists in those H&Is. We're just sharing our hope. They want to know the simple questions. Can I ever get over this? Can I the fact that you come in and introduce yourself as a recovered addict, oh my gosh, will blow you out of the water. They'll all come to you guys where they won't come to their case manager. They're going to come to you for the straight scoop. Now, what's this stuff really about? Are they blowing smoke? What? And then you can talk to them. I mean, it's just like most of our H&Is, we're taking meetings in there. So it's just another version of a meeting in a room full of people that desperately need the meeting. You can absolutely be of assistance. Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Sam. I'm a drug addict. Hey, guys. The question is about, would you mind to give me any great tools or example how to slap newcomers with his hopelessness? How to help him to face and see how hopeless he is?
Here's the party line BS in treatment is this. Let's show him all the damage that he's done. But that's not going to do it because, one, the book says we're not going to remember the consequences of even a week or a month ago. So you can talk about the DWIs and the car wreck until the cows come home. And at the moment, you might get them to cry around it. But a week later, they've forgotten it. You know, the ego starts to rebuild itself, and pretty soon we are feeling comfortable again. Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob understood. We got to stress the hopelessness of the disease. Cliff Bishop, my buddy up in Dallas, talks about it. Says what we got to do with every alcoholic and addict is give them a good case of alcoholism and drug addiction. We got to show them what the disease is by talking about the phenomena called craving, coupled with the mental obsession. Talk about the times that they did not want to drink. Did not want to do dope. I absolutely know, because I've done the experiment 1,000 times, I'm going to go buy a quarter gram of cocaine, and I know I'm going to go back over there and just buy a bunch later. But here I am going to do it again. And I said, they go, oh my God, I've done that. Now we're starting to talk about the hopeless. Did you have anything in you that could stop you from doing that? No. They see that, then they realize how powerless they are. That's true powerlessness.
Okay, then how I slap his face with that tool and actually face him to see the pain. I can't to make him feel.
You don't have to. You understand what the grinder is? You don't make them. How many of you guys have ever tried to make somebody do something that they just flat weren't going to do? It says this: you can either identify with me or you can't. Have you ever done dope when you didn't want to? It's a yes or no. Have you ever been able to ever said, I'm going to do a little bit and done a lot? You follow? Okay, but some people, they no, I've never done. Then there's nothing I can do for you. I can't help you with that. But when you sum it up, no matter what, 16 years old or 60, gay, straight, black, white, I get all of them. It's the same. The same thing that ties us all together. Once I start to use, can I control how much I'm going to use? Second piece, choice. Given sufficient reason, can you stop? If they threatened you with your kids, could you stop? Well, maybe. Then I can't do anything for you. If you still think you can do that, go try it. Get another DWI. Get arrested again. Lose another job. Then come back. Does your experience show that you are truly powerless over this substance? That's what I was talking about earlier about picking people too green. Sometimes we're trying to convince people that haven't had enough experience to be convinced. And that's our mistake, not their mistake. Did that answer your question? I hope.
My name is Gary. I'm a crack addict, alcoholic.
Hi, Gary.
What about the individual who has gone through the steps and who is relapsing? Are they capable of taking someone through the book?
If once they get back on solid ground, they are. I'm not going to get somebody that's smoking crack in a parking lot coming in here and telling me how to get sober. You know, us old-timers are not going to buy it, and the newcomers are not going to buy it. I mean, we're not stupid, you know. Sometimes the only thing that we don't have is a little credibility under our belt. But do I believe that somebody needs to be punished because they've relapsed? No. Let's get them back on track. Why did they get loaded to begin with? 9 times out of 10, it's because they stopped working with others. They got complacent. They stopped looking at their own program. You follow? They weren't in all 3 parts of the program, and they got sick again. That's what happens to us. Untreated alcoholism, untreated drug addiction. It can come back. It doesn't ever have to come back if we continue to do what we're supposed to be doing. Make sense? My mother's the greatest about it. She says, when's your debt to those fellowships going to be over? And it's like, Mom, but Mom never saw me eat out of dumpsters. You with us? With her, she just sees that I'm traveling every weekend. She sees the stress it puts on the family, but she doesn't understand the joy that comes with it. But I can't do what she wants me to do. I got to do what I know I need to do. So I keep sponsoring people and I stay in the trenches. I'm telling you guys, we have a tendency in all of our fellowships to eat our wounded. Well, he relapsed. Screw him. Now let's go on to the next. Whoa. Come back. Pick up a chip. Start again. Pick up a key tag. Let's go again. Let's get on some solid ground and then let's start sponsoring. Well, should you fire all the people you're sponsoring? Why? The one thing that's going to keep you sober is working with others, and now you're going to fire everybody. Why? We're going to punish you a while, rub your nose in it because you fell on your ass? We need to stop doing that. We need to start working with others. We need to stop firing them, pick up more. Yeah. People don't relapse because they sponsor too many people. People relapse because they don't sponsor enough.
Jenna, alcoholic. What happens if it's you see that your teenager is heading down the same road as you? I have a 16-year-old.
I think Layla said it earlier. The only thing worse than drowning is drowning and not knowing what's going on. And that's the problem. My father was an alcoholic, and I watched him, and then for 19 years I drank and drugged just like my dad did. But I always used him as a touchstone, you know. And it's like, if I'd have known what alcoholism was, would I have stopped any earlier? I think I would have. I don't know, but it's easy to say I wouldn't or I would have. But knowing it, you can see it. And then what we can do is do this. In the United States, we do this scared straight crap, this dare stuff. And I'm sorry, but I don't agree with it. It's ridiculous. It doesn't work with real alcoholics and addicts. I have an illness that's diagnosable, but you're going to try to scare me well. You follow? Or use guilt against me, you know? Next time you got loved ones in the bathroom puking their guts out, say, hey buddy, if you really loved me, you'd stop. You know, it's like, you can't rationalize it. But if you can see her and she's going down the road, you can explain to her that this is a genetically predisposed illness, the possibilities that she could have it, and this is what the symptoms look at. Don't talk about DWIs and all the bad crap that could happen, because it might not. Some of you guys in this room have never hit a bottom like some of us others have, because you're insulated by your beauty, by your intelligence. A lot of you guys in here are insulated by your money. You will never hit the skids like some of us hit. Stop waiting for that. What happened in here? That's what tied us all together. What happened in there? That's what we're looking at. So, talk to her. Get her a little cheap copy of that anonymous press book that like you can buy them anywhere for like $3, and give it to her and say, baby, why don't you read this? And maybe you can kind of see what's coming to you. It's about control and choice. That's the best you can do. Yeah. I wish somebody had done it for me.
I'm Scott. I'm a cocaine addict, heroin addict, and an alcoholic. And I feel that, I just joined, I've been CA for around 20 months now. And, I go to NA, I go to AA, I just joined an AA group. And it's a solutions program that I joined. And it's a good, powerful group. But they say that you present yourself as an alcoholic. We don't want to hear that you're different or you're better than us if you say you're an addict. You know, I'll drive you down the street and take you to the right meeting. You're just at the wrong meeting. And I don't feel that that's the right message for a newcomer. You made it there. And welcome. Not I'll drive you down the street, because now I feel I'm different. You know, and to feel that, you know, for a newcomer, I keep an open mind. And I joined the group because it's a really good, strong group, Prince George group in Hamilton. And that's the message to me. Anybody I'm an alcoholic. I might not be one today, but if I start drinking, I know where it'll lead me to any another addictive personality. So whatever I put my, and I'll pick up. And the alcohol will take me there or any other mind-altering substance.
You want the answer or not? Yeah. Traditions already tell us what the answer is. There's no such thing as an addictive personality. I'm going to tell you this now, and we need to get past it. This idea is crap. It's treatment center fostered, and it's crap. It's crap. Addictive personality means that I've got a bunch of character defects and I'm trying to shove it all under the same carpet called addiction. And it's not true. Alcoholism and drug addiction is fatal and it's progressive. And you either are one of us or you're not. If you have a problem with alcohol, you're welcome to attend. Do not introduce yourself as a drug addict. If you do, you are wrong. The traditions say so. We're there for the newcomer. You want to talk about confusing the newcomer? You with us? Let the little alcoholic walk into the room he's supposed to be, and all we talk about is methamphetamine that night. And we have done him a huge disservice. Same story, second verse. When we come back, that's why I love Cocaine Anonymous, because we're so open and inclusive. Anybody in this place can come. You find the fellowship that you're most comfortable in and go there, but be respectful to that. I've said it from a million podiums. It's like me going to the gynecologist with a toothache. Well, no, but you're both doctors, aren't you? It's all the same thing. No, I'm sorry, it's not the same thing. Y'all follow? When I'm sitting in AA, I introduce myself as an alcoholic because I don't want to separate anything. The treatment centers are the ones that started that stuff. I'm an ANDA, and that's the big joke out there. You know, I'm a this and I'm a that. I want to be a part of this group, and I'm going to get up. My name's Chris Kramer, and I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict and a sex addict and a compulsive gambler and possibly an overeater. You with us? And of course, everybody that was coming this way now has turned around and gone that way because I've separated myself from the group I'm in. I just want to be a bozo like the rest of us on this bus. I don't want to be better than you. I don't want to be worse than you. I don't want to separate. It's what drives me crazy when I hear people come into AA meetings or even in CA meetings and they start introducing themselves and then we get to hear a laundry list of the medications that the doctors have got them on. It's like, do you think we give a rat's ass? We don't care. If you're a cocaine addict, you're with us. Come on, let's go. Don't separate yourself from the rest of us by anything. So go to the meeting that you're most comfortable with. Just introduce yourself appropriately and go on down the road. It's no big deal. It's none. You're welcome. You with us? People hear us from these deals and they say, well, they're kicking people out of AA. Nobody's kicking anybody anywhere. We're just saying, if you got something to share with an alcoholic and you have experience with that, share it. If you don't, shut up. Because you could hurt somebody. Make sense? You could hurt some. Oh. Real quick. I heard an international AA speaker from the podium say, if you are taking any kind of antidepressant, you are not sober. Okay. Now, that's not true. It's somebody's opinion. You follow? I'm not a big fan of antidepressants. I was on them for a long time, and thank God, when I got sober, I got off of them. But to share that from the podium, how many people did we see? Of course, what happened is that they've documented cases of people leaving those meetings saying, but I want to be sober. And so they just stopped taking their medication. Instead of going to a doctor and getting weaned, they just stopped taking the medication. They destabilized again and committed suicide off themselves. Now, who's responsible for that? I don't think anybody from the podium was trying to be mean-spirited when they said that. But what they did was they misspoke. They talk about something that they knew nothing about. Telling somebody to get off their medication? Are you nuts? You don't have to like it, but you do have to shut up about it. One-on-one, maybe visit with them. Y'all understand what we're saying? So it's the same thing. Talking to somebody in an AA meeting about drugs and they don't know anything about it, maybe there's some misunderstanding going on there. It's a singleness of purpose, the traditions, that's what it talks about. That's why there's over 260 12-step groups out there to talk about anything under the sun that you want to talk about. There's a 12-step group for you. Clutterers Anonymous. Get out of here. Get out of here. Absolutely. But you see, we're laughing about it, but there's some people that they can't move in their houses because they got so much crap around them. It's a life and death situation for them, but we're laughing about it. You with us? It's like me going to a Sex Addicts Anonymous meeting. There are people out there today that are dying from that, but I'm laughing, making jokes about it. How dare I? Make sense? Okay.
I want to talk about the solution.
You talk about it. Just introduce yourself properly and talk about the solution. Introduce yourself properly and talk about the solution. You're welcome. Thank you. Question?
Dead on.
Alcoholic Peter. I would appreciate, Chris, maybe you explaining many meetings I've gone to. I don't hear I'm a recovered alcoholic. I hear many people saying I'm a recovering alcoholic. If you could differentiate between the two, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Introduce myself as a recovered alcoholic or a recovered drug addict. This is what it means. It means the obsession to drink has lifted. The obsession to use drugs has lifted. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. It doesn't mean I'm cured. It means that the obsession has gone away. Once the obsession goes away, I can do lots of other things that we talked about earlier. You know, I can focus on lots of other areas of my life. But the book says on the title page of the big book that we use that we can recover from alcoholism. 31 places in the basic text it says that we can recover. It only uses the ing word one time, and that's with our families. Okay, with our families, we're always going to be recovering. You follow? There's always going to be some more work to be done because it was years before I could go into a room and mom didn't grab her purse, and it's like. But now today she can, and so we're recovering. It's a long process. But recovery can happen within weeks, days. I mean, who am I to judge that? If I get active and start doing the work, then the miracle happens and then we get well. Guys, I'm telling you again, that's what most of the people out there in the world take shots at us about, is that recovery. It came from treatment centers who didn't want us well, who wanted us sick. Now, the other flip side is everybody says, well, if you introduce yourself as a recovered alcoholic, that means you're well and you're done and you're done. Guys, I've been in recovery for 20 years. I will be in recovery, I hope, for the next 20 years. But I am as well as I'm going to get. The book tells me to introduce myself as a man who has recovered. I'm doing 12-step work with a nice young adult. I've done it 1,000 times. Listen, buddy, this program is so wonderful. It's great. And then you, for the rest of your life, be recovering. One day, every day, just a little bit better. Oh my God, he just wants to shoot himself. Why would he want to stay in the fellowship like that? It's like we were talking about that lady in Oprah. I wanted to shake her. Come on, please, get with the pro. You can recover. You might not. But if you don't, it's your fault. But if you do the work, you will recover. The obsession goes away. We need to talk about the power that is this program. People come up all the time. We laughing about it. Well, I don't know if I've had the spiritual experience or not. You haven't. If you have to question that, you haven't had it. If you're still thinking about drinking and drugging, if you can't come and go as you please, if we can't all go to Zanzibar tonight, that other place tonight, and have a Kool-Aid and watch sinful nude women. Oh my gosh. If you can't do that, you're not recovered. Don't take it out on me. Let's work the steps. Let's get them finished and then let's recover, and so we can do that. Y'all with us? When I was in Edmonton, the first time I went to Canada was in Edmonton, and their Cocaine Anonymous club was right over a techno bar. Now I come from Ingram, Texas. Buddies, Ingram, Texas. It is country with a K. A lot of inbreeding going on there. No kid. It is like Appalachia of Texas. Hear that banjo up in the hill? It is country with a K. And so we get this techno business. I says, guys, let's go down to that techno deal, because I'd never been down there. And they says, no, we can't go in there. Why? We're cocaine addicts. I said, so am I. Let's go show me what this is about. What a little mask thing. Let's show. Can't go in there. You're not recovered. You're not recovered. If being an alcoholic and an addict and you can't go places you can't do certain things. In early sobriety, guys, I couldn't either. But I worked the 12 steps, the obsession lifted, and now I can go. That's all I'm saying. God did not get me free from alcohol and dope so I could be a prisoner. Make sense? You can recover, guys. You can get sick again too if you stop.
My name's Carl. I'm a recovering cocaine addict. I've celebrated my 1 year 5 months ago, and I'm sponsoring 5 sponsees. 2 of them are doing good in the steps, and 3 of them, they're not doing so well. Every time I try and help them to start their steps, they start it and then they stop. What advice could you give me to help them move on their steps?
Do I have a question? Mm-hmm. It's got that Canadian thing. Hard to understand. Only thing he didn't do is say A about 6 times. Not much, except take them to first step. Anytime anybody's dragging their feet in any part of the steps, I take them back to first step. What is it about this powerlessness piece, the fatal nature of this illness, aren't you buying? And then I light a match under them and then get them going again. But understand this, folks. A lot of people are come in here, and very few people actually want to do this work. Even in the best case scenario, guys, with some great... I mean, come on, guys. It's like preaching to the choir all day. This is like being in heaven with you guys. But I'm telling you, they can come into the best group with just littered with people like you and still not get it. If you're ready to get sober, just about anything is going to get you catapulted. If you're not ready, you're going to come up with any excuse in the world not to do this work. And people are always asking me, I had a guy fire me. I was sponsoring him and he fired me, and I'm just devastated about it. like, oh, buddy, I get at least one a week fire me. Are you nuts? I mean, that's just exactly what happens. Some of these cats are going to get it. And some of them are just not going to get it. They're just not their time. I don't know. When all the stars line up and stuff, my job is just to make sure that they got the clear message of hope. They know what to do. And when they're ready, they pull the head out of their butt and do the work. That's just it. Yeah. Honored. Thank you, sir. Go to the bathroom for me, will you?
Can we have another thank you for Chris, please?